Chapter 1242. Ugh, ugh. In the Calamity Shadow world, the sounds of retching could be heard from time to time on the large platform on the third floor of the stone villa. Jiang Shao was lying on the rocking chair under a huge parasol while holding a thick book called Star Warrior Era in his hand. He was trying hard to study the mysterious words and symbols. Jiang Shao knew how to read Star Warrior Era. There was no shortcut, and the only way was to believe it. As long as one believed in it, the book would allow one to understand it. The problem was, Jiang Shao had been believing in it for the entire morning and had only read one page. Read it. He had to read it forcefully. After reading the book 100 times, the meaning will be revealed. Jiang Shao was reading the words at the beginning of Star Warrior Era, which made him even more convinced that Earth was transformed from the body of a god-level Star Warrior, and the so-called alien ball was the Star Warrior space star technique. However, for some reason, the body of the Star Warrior had fused with his space star technique. I reckon that Star Warrior is dead? Or could it be that they had encountered some external factors that caused this special phenomenon? Star Warrior Era was divided into 3 sections. The first section was the explanation of the world Jiang Shao was in, including the way Earth and the alien ball existed. The sentence, "For seasons come out of chi and stars come out of eyes. Skin turns the earth and blood into rivers," was indeed interesting. The short sentence almost gave Jiang Shao the main idea of the book and gave him a direction to read and understand. Of course, there were fewer pages in the first section, while there were more illustrations of star beasts on the second section. As for the third section, it should be the specific application of Star Warrior Era. The page of the human body transformation diagram was from the third section. Ugh, Jiang Shao retched again. Between heaven and earth, endless star power converged towards his body, and the star power had long condensed into clouds and mist. Jiang Shao held on to Star Warrior Era, and his body flickered. He arrived by the lake and sat on a rocking chair again. At this moment, there were many rocking chairs around the stone villa. Because Jiang Shao could not stay in one place for a long time, he was really out of breath, and the suffocating feeling was driving him crazy. 3 to 5 seconds of suffocation. Even if it was 10 to 8 seconds of suffocation, people would be able to bear it, but it would be very uncomfortable. The problem was, Jiang Shao was suffocating at all times, and the pain was unimaginable to ordinary people. If this went on, Jiang Shao felt that he was going to be invulnerable. In the future, he would not confess no matter what kind of torture he had to go through. Do you think your methods are cruel? It's not even worth mentioning in front of me, Father. I'll ravage myself until I'm hovering between life and death. Then no one will be able to hurt me anymore. The baby bear, who was lying by the lake, heard the sound of retching. It turned its head in a daze and saw that its master had flashed to the lakeside again. The bear smacked its lips in disgust, moved its plump body, and crawled away. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If Jiang Shao could absorb astral power slower and attract less astral power, he believed that all the astral pets in the world would flock to Jiang Shao. However, at this moment, even the baby bear despised Jiang Shao and was unwilling to be with him. It could be imagined that Jiang Shao was a walking executioner, wretch. While vomiting, Jiang Shao stared at Star Warrior Era. He had already figured out that the book had 3 sections. Logically speaking, the text symbols that Hopkins used to seal Jiang Zhao's star technique should also belong to the third section of the functional book, just like the human transformation diagram. In that case, the scope of the search was narrowed down. Jiang Shao flipped through the book from the back to the front, recalling the star power symbols that Hopkins used when he sealed his star technique, while comparing the pages of the heavenly book. But then again, what has that old man Hopkins been doing recently? I haven't seen him do anything for a long time. Besides, Jiang Shao still had no idea where the map that was found in Elizabeth's arms was. Why didn't Hopkins explain it to him? Did something happen to him during the process of the fusion between Earth and the alien sphere? Or, with the fusion of the 2 spheres, Hopkins returned to his hometown decades ago and began to lead a luxurious life? Jiang Shao suddenly remembered that Hopkins had taken away the old, who played the piano in the black and white manner. The old, which was a middle-aged woman, but she was still attractive. Maybe. Hee wretch, Jiang Shao laughed out loud at the thought of this. The next time he saw Hopkins, it would be fun if he became as skinny as Jiang Latu. Hua Xing and his wife were standing silently on the lake. In front of this old couple, there was a star map. Jiang Zhao's decoy was controlling two mechas, and he had already studied all the star techniques of the two of them. Very strong, very high quality, terrifying. Aging star, star of stars, melee combat, battle space flow, explosive output. Y. Lisabeth, star of stars, medical awakened. She had all the star techniques for medical awakened, endurance, and control. However, what Jiang Shao wanted the most was the star transformation into martial awakened, younger star transformation, and the white cross of Hua Xing's wife, Y. Lisabeth. At present, Jiang Zhao's decoy had yet to display their star transformation into martial awakened. Many people were stuck at the peak of galaxy for their entire lives and could not enter galaxy. Why? It was because they could not understand star transformation into martial awakened. Jiang Shao had obtained two mechas at the end of the star stage. Would it be like star transformation into martial awakened? That was just wishful thinking. However, there was one thing that was very beneficial to Jiang Shao. That was, Jiang Shao knew the specific effect of Hua Xing and his wife's star transformation into martial awakened. Just like the star transformation member Lina's star map of the Sea Devourer, Jiang Shao completely knew the effect of the star map of the Sea Devourer and thus deduced it in order to understand the star map of the Sea Devourer. What was the effect of star transformation into martial awakened? It was to become younger and return to his peak state decades ago. In fact, on the basis of his peak state, his physical attributes would even increase slightly. What was the effect of Y. Lisabeth's star transformation into martial awakened? It was simple and terrifying. Magic immunity. If Jiang Shao could understand Y. Lisabeth's star transformation into martial awakened, he would really be able to do whatever he wanted in this world. Even if Jiang Shao did not have any star techniques and only had the White Cross star map, he would definitely not be afraid of any star warriors since he was recognized as the essence of human combat techniques. While the decoy was researching the star transformation into martial awakened, Jiang Shao was studying the Star Warrior era. All the chaos in the outside world had nothing to do with Jiang Shao at this moment. In fact, the stone villa was really beautiful at this moment. Apart from the scenery, Jiang Zhao's star beasts also added a sense of peace to the place. The buzzing whale and the sea devourer robe were bullying the sea soul lamp at the bottom of the lake. The humming bear was sleeping with its limbs spread out. Little Candle was jumping on its soft belly and playing on the trampoline. And the howling dragon was resting leisurely on the third floor of the villa. However, the pitiful Poo-Poo whale was currently accompanying Jiang Sun in Han Jiangshue's hailing shelter and trying to teach the elephant bishop to learn Mandarin in an attempt to build a chessboard army for Han Jiangshue. At this moment, Jiang Shao had a total of 5 decoy, namely Jiang Sun, Jiang Shou, Jiang Hua, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Wu. Based on their names, he could tell where they were and what they were doing. Jiang Sun was the only one among the decoy that did not need to fight on 2 fronts. Jiang Sun was a product of historical relic. He had a 9-star map and was fully equipped with medical, control, and defense star techniques. He was one of the first batch of decoy to enter the alien sphere in order to find Little Chongyang. Jiang Tu, who was in the same batch as Jiang Sun, had already died a long time ago. Even the next Jiang Gong was a latecomer, leaving the world before Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun's only remaining classmate was Jiang Shou, who had been holed up his nest all his life and never went to the battlefield. The new batch of decoy all had the sea-devouring soul star map. Jiang Hua, Jiang Yi, and Jiang Wu were practicing their combat skills and teaching the local star beast martial arts while operating the mechas. As for Goshang Jiang Shou, he did not practice his skills hard. Instead, he ate and drank in the Rainbow Tribe and developed a relationship with the Rainbow Elders. He wanted to take the Rainbow Tribe into his own sphere of influence and form a new army. There were nearly 2,000 diamond-quality cavalrymen with big swords and horse archers, and their horses were also of terrifying diamond quality. Their combat power was not to be trifled with. Besides, as the god of the Calamity Shadow world, he definitely had to love his people. Yes, he couldn't be high and mighty. He had to be approachable and close to his people. It would be good to chat with them from time to time, while Jiang Shou was controlling Jiang Latu and accompanying little Chongyang to learn how to read. He also helped the Rainbow Tribe build a rainbow town. It seemed that the Rainbow Tribe could learn what little Chongyang was learning now. As long as the language was understood, everything would be made sense. Jiang Shou even wondered if he should go to the Birch Forest Tribe and get a savage teacher over. With the help of the two teachers, Song Lan and Fang Xingyun, a few of the female savages in the savage tribe had successfully become teachers. They were proficient in Chinese, so it was not a problem for them to teach a group of babbling Rainbow Tribe people. The only hidden danger, even the Rainbow Tribe and the Savage Tribe would think that the other party was especially ugly, right? If two species with different aesthetic standards met, would they vomit in front of each other? Blurg, Jiang Shao flipped through Star Warrior Era and subconsciously wiped his mouth. Although he did not vomit anything, it was purely dry heaving. Yes, it felt like he was pregnant for 10 months. Very good. In life, you have to try everything. If you don't feel nauseous every day, how can you understand the pain of a pregnant woman? In ancient times, there was Shennong who tasted all kinds of herbs. Today, I taste all kinds of life with poisonous milk. They were all miracle doctors. It was just that their paths were different. Yes, that was it. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. At the same time, in the Star Advent courtyard, Jiang Kelly sat at the office table and shouted at the door, "Old Jiang." Zhang Songfu's figure appeared at the door. Jiang Kelly said, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in about half an hour." "Got it." Zhang Songfu closed the door behind him. In the office, a space door suddenly opened, and Jiang Shao walked out with Star Warrior Era without looking up. Jiang Kelly picked up the folder on the table with one hand and a large parcel with the other. She then walked towards Jiang Shao, and the two of them disappeared in a flash. Location: Xiong Empire in a barren forest. Jiang Shao retched and walked back to his Calamity Shadow world while bending over. Jiang Kelly looked around and then opened her Ocean Ridge refuge. She transformed back in her female body and walked in. On the sunny island, there were more than 10 well-trained members of the Celestial Flower Organization who were all ready to go. Everyone stood in place. Almost everyone had the divine skill, star concealment from their homeland, which allowed them to not emit any astral power fluctuations. If it weren't for the fact that they were wearing the same black tights, they would have looked like ordinary people. Jiang Kelly casually threw the parcel aside and said, "There are clothes for you in there. If you need identification documents, go get them yourself." Jiang Kelly then glanced at the members of the Celestial Flower Assassination Team and saw Chui Kelly's ex-boyfriend and current subordinate, Jin Yaoqi. She also saw the loyal dog, Wang Shiliang, who had always been loyal to her. Jiang Kelly threw 2 folders to the two of them and said, "There is some information about the star conversion members here. Find them no matter what method you use." Upon hearing the words, star conversion, Jin Yaoqi's eyes widened. Jiang Kelly didn't like his reaction. Look at Wang Shiliang and the other members of the Celestial Flower. Do they have any reaction at all? Don't they know about the famous star conversion? No, of course they know, but they have no intention of objecting to Jiang Kelly's orders. They have become emotionless fighting machines. Only this Jin Yaoqi, under Jiang Kelly's coercive methods, seemed to retain a little bit of selfishness. "Young man, you are very impious." Jiang Kelly looked at the people who were passing the information around and said, "Change into the ordinary clothes in the parcel. Use your disguise, star concealment. In short, use all means to hide yourself and collect the information I want. If you encounter the star conversion members, don't fight them. You're not their match. I only want information." As for harvesting the lives of the star conversion members, the corner of Jiang Kelly's mouth rose slightly, and she smiled wantonly. "I'll do it." In the Sea Ridge Refuge, it was silent. The sound of the waves in the distance made it even quieter. Jiang Kelly looked at the expressionless killing machines and nodded with satisfaction. She said, "Outside the door is Earth. It is a brand new planet after the fusion of the other world and Earth. I have reached an agreement with someone to do something. The remnants of the star conversion members are the stepping stone for our celestial flower. Of course, you don't need to think about this. You just need to complete the task I give you." Jean Yaoqi's eyes lit up and the hand holding the document trembled slightly. Jiang Kelly suddenly turned to look at Jean Yaoqi and said, "You seem to have some thoughts." Gulp. Jean Yaoqi's Adam's apple moved, and he shook his head gently. Jiang Kelly said, "Kill him, Jean Yaoqi." For a moment, all the members of the Celestial Flower looked at Jean Yaoqi. Wang Shiliang looked at Jean Yaoqi with resentment, and his body tensed up. Jiang Kelly's faint voice came again. "You heard what I said." The remaining members of the Celestial Flower were not unfamiliar with such words. Just like on Neon Island, Jiang Kelly's simple, "I changed my mind," made everyone fall into despair. Those members who betrayed the organization, in the end, did not survive. For a moment in the Sea Ridge Refuge, more than a dozen death row prisoners flashed their butcher knives at Jean Yaoqi, and it was a reign of terror. For these Celestial Flower death row prisoners imprisoned here, Jiang Kelly had never tempted them with benefits. She had only threatened them. To deal with these vicious people, Jiang Kelly's methods were obviously more brutal. Chapter 1243. Jiang Kelly, who had been sent back to the Starfall courtyard by Jiang Shao, sat behind the desk again and shouted, "Old Jiang, I'm back." Zhang Songfu pushed open the door, only to see Jiang Shao holding Star Warriors Era and walking towards the door of the Calamity Shadow World with star power surrounding him. Zhang Songfu ignored this scene and looked at Jiang Kelly, who was behind the desk, and said, "A recruit has come to report." "Oh." Jiang Kelly's eyes lit up. How could there be a recruit from the Starfall army? Needless to say, it's definitely the second master. Zhang Songfu said, "He's downstairs." Jiang Kelly hurried to the window of the office and looked down. She saw an extremely handsome young man in the open space downstairs. He held a green dragon crescent blade in his arms and leaned against a black flying horse. The horse's forehooves were wrapped in scarlet flames. Who else could it be but Wu Haoyang? In front of Wu Haoyang, there were a few Starfall army guards standing at the entrance of the building. They looked stern and vigilant as they stared at Wu Haoyang. "Huh? Second Master Wu is impressive. Huh? How dare he carry a sword downstairs? Is he trying to assassinate the king?" Jiang Kelly pushed the window open and hollered, "F***CK? How dare you? How dare you bring a sword into the palace?" Guards, Wu Haoyang looked up and saw Jiang Kelly's face. Just as he was about to say something, the Starfall army guards in front had already surrounded him. Jiang Kelly yelled, "Tie him up." The Starfall army guards had been holding back their anger for a long time. They had long wanted to take Wu Haoyang's equipment, but Wu Haoyang had said that Deputy Commander Jiang had allowed him to do so. The guards guarding the office building, including the soldiers on duty at the entrance of the courtyard, were all stunned by Wu Haoyang's words and allowed him to ride in. After all, Zhang Songfu had really passed Jiang Kelly's order and said that there would be a graduate specially recruited into the Starfall Army in the next 2 days. Most importantly, the graduate from the Northern Military Academy would not join other Starfall teams and would stay by Jiang Kelly's side. His unique identity made the soldiers in the Starfall courtyard fearful. But now, since the leader had spoken, what were they waiting for? He had long since found this pretentious fellow an eyesore. "Jiang Shao." Wu Haoyang immediately stopped before he could finish his sentence. In his panic, he slapped the Black Ridge fire plume and turned the Star Beast into star power, storing it in the star map. Then, he was captured by a few Star Arrival Army soldiers. What Wu Haoyang didn't know was that such a special scene had made him use a special title. Second Last was the only one in this world who would address Jiang Shao that way. Before long, Wu Haoyang was escorted over by a few Star Advent soldiers. "Very well, you may return to your posts, Jiang Shao," Jiang Kelly said. The soldiers closed the door and turned to leave. As soon as the soldier left, Jiang Shao placed his feet on the desk and tilted his head to look at the fuming Wu Haoyang. Jiang Shao suddenly remembered that he was not Jiang Kelly anymore. He hurriedly put his feet down from the desk again. Well, it was a misunderstanding. It was mainly because he was used to being unbridled and couldn't change his habits in a short period of time. After being a domineering girl for so long, he had gotten too into character. Jiang Shao looked at Wu Haoyang and said, "What are you doing posing downstairs so early in the morning? Are you flaunting your strength?" Wu Haoyang pouted his lips and said after a long while, "Captain, I thought you'd be more serious now that you become the deputy commander. Bullsh asterisk T. You've already come to my doorstep with a sword, and you still expect me to welcome you with a smile? Since when did I ask you to mount a horse downstairs? Huh? Little comrade, are you trying to create big news?" Upon hearing this, Wu Haoyang looked a little awkward. He loved his crescent sword and his fire feather horse. He didn't want to be separated from his most beloved things, not even for a moment. Jiang Shao humphed and said, "Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to return to the team? Haven't you graduated yet?" Wu Haoyang took a deep breath and said, "I miss them." Jiang Shao raised his brows slightly and asked, "The Ghost Wolf Clan?" Wu Haoyang nodded solemnly and said, "I've already discussed it with my family and school. The school leaders are very supportive of me joining the Star Arrival Army." "Okay," Jiang Shao nodded. "That's true. The Star Arrival Army was carrying out missions all over the world, and as a veteran member of the Star Arrival team, how could Wu Haoyang stay in the Northern Star Warriors Military Academy obediently? Graduation in a month? What a joke. Has Gu Shiren graduated? Has Yi Qingchen graduated? Has Han Jiangxue graduated? In particular, after Wu Haoyang returned to Earth, the various armies came to visit him continuously. If Wu Haoyang didn't call Jiang Shao to recall him, he would probably be recruited by the other armies. Wu Haoyang continued, "The Ghost Wolf Clan has already recognized me as the Alpha Wolf. I don't want my previous efforts to go to waste. My Ghost Wolf Army, and I can also carry out missions to maintain order in China and even the world." Wu Haoyang had a firm expression on his face, and his voice was sonorous. He was a relatively pure person, and he had always believed that as a man, he should fight for his future. Now it was the time for Wu Haoyang to make a name for himself. How could he continue to stay in the Northern Military Academy and wait for graduation in a month? Jiang Shao leaned forward and tapped his fingers gently on the table while staring at Wu Haoyang thoughtfully. The corners of Wu Haoyang's mouth twitched. He and Jiang Shao had been through life and death together in the alien sphere for a few months, so he knew Jiang Shao very well. However, Jiang Zhao's demeanor seemed a little feminine no matter how he looked at it. Jiang Shao suddenly said, "Your Ghost Wolf Army is a Star Beast Army. After all, they have recognized you as the Alpha Wolf. But if you carry out missions in human society, it will be difficult for you to be disciplined." "No, Captain, you may have some misunderstandings about the wolves," Wu Haoyang explained with a solemn expression. "They are indeed wild, but they are very disciplined. You can rest assured about that." "Okay. The problem is that even if we're assured, the public won't be." Jiang Shao nodded. Wu Haoyang panicked as soon as he heard that, but Jiang Shao changed the topic and said, "However, Earth is not the norm now, and we can't spoil those who are protected too much. As long as your Ghost Wolf Army is disciplined and performs a few missions, China should be able to accept your team." Wu Haoyang heaved a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Jiang Shao said, "How about this? You enter my Calamity World, Damning Planet first, and stay with the Ghost Wolf Clan for some time before training well. I'll find a time to hold a meeting with the two leaders of the Star Advent Army and create a Ghost Wolf independent regiment for you. After all, you're a veteran of the Star Advent Army, and I know you very well. You'll be the commander-in-chief of the regiment, and I'll assign you a deputy." Wu Haoyang was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly before hurriedly saying, "Captain, can I have a few people?" Jiang Shao asked, "Huh? Who do you want?" Wu Haoyang replied, "My classmate from university and my regular teammate, Qian Zhuang." Qian Zhuang? The round-faced stutterer? The round-faced boy represented the Northern Military Academy and participated in the World Cup qualifiers. Of course, he was strong enough, Jiang Shao said, "Sure, you're a top student from the Northern Military Academy. Of course, you can, but are they willing to come?" Wu Haoyang hurriedly said, "I've already contacted Qian Zhuang, and Yu, and Enluming. They're willing to continue to be my regular teammates." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Buy one, get three free? Did Wu Haoyang bring a regular team over? Jiang Shao blinked and said, "Forget about Qian Zhuang. After all, he's a student from the Northern Military Academy and a soldier. But Yu, Luming, they're both students from Beijiang Xinhui University, right? Are they willing to join the army? Besides, your army isn't a regular one. Are girls willing to hang out with a pack of wolves every day?" Wu Haoyang clenched his fists and said resolutely, "They're willing." Jiang Shao was speechless. Wu Haoyang said, "As you said, my wolves aren't a regular unit. What they need the most is a healer." It was indeed a special situation to have two medical awakened ladies in the same team. Besides, you don't know how much influence you have on the younger generation, Wu Haoyang suddenly said, giving Jiang Shao a shock. "No, it's a trap. My ferocious beasts never praise others." Although the ferocious beasts have now recognized reality and are gradually turning into cattle and sheep, starting to form groups, Wu Haoyang continued. "In fact, I wasn't the one who looked for the ancestors, but the two of them." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Wu Haoyang said, "They saw your special episode of Star Warrior World, and especially liked the ocean blue military uniform with the beret. After learning that you were the one who cleared up their hometown, Shindan Creek, on the alien planet, they've been wanting to thank you in person and join this team." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and thought, "Are you serious?" Jiang Shao didn't doubt that the sisters wanted to thank him in person, but joining the Star Warrior Army? He always felt that it was because they liked the beret and the ocean blue uniform. Wu Haoyang said, "However, the initial formation of the Star Warrior Army was made up of people from the three major armies, and there were no other channels for them to join the army. Ever since I returned to Earth and the news spread, they approached me." "You know," Jiang Shao asked, "what?" Wu Haoyang said, "They're medical awakened Star Warriors." Jiang Shao nodded matter-of-factly. Wu Haoyang said, "Even in normal society, medical awakened Star Warriors are highly sought after by the various armies. Now, in this special environment, the ancestors have also been targeted by the various armies. It's very difficult for them to stay out of trouble. Although the armies won't force them to join the army, they've been constantly trying to persuade their families. Besides, they actually have the intention to choose a corps, but they haven't made a decision yet. They're going to graduate in a month, and they've also reached the final stage of choosing. At this time, the Star Warrior Army appeared, so..." Jiang Shao sighed. At the end of the day, it was all because of the word medical. Every medical awakened was an extremely precious resource for the Star Warrior Army. Just as Wu Haoyang said, it was really difficult to stay out of trouble in such an environment. Even Xinghai Xian could open a floor shop on her own. After graduation, she would not engage in any profession related to the Star Warrior Army. However, that was because Xian was a rules awakened. If Xian was a medical awakened, would she be able to open a floor shop leisurely? A medical awakened who represented China in the World Cup? Do you still plan to open a floor shop after you return? You'll be out of flowers within 5 minutes of opening the shop. You'll have to wait for the rest of the day to be coaxed and pestered. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that he had found a way to make money. If he didn't become a Star Warrior Army soldier, he could open a dumpling restaurant as the world champion medical Star Warrior and wait for the various armies to visit him every day to eat dumplings. He would definitely sell them out every day. Jiang Shao thought about it for a while and looked up at Wu Haoyang. "Okay, she's a rare talent, and she's your permanent teammate. We have to get her." Jiang Shao looked at the door of the office and said, "Old Jiang." "Kacha." Zhang Songfu pushed the door open and walked in with an inquisitive look on his face. Jiang Shao said, "Beijiang Star Warrior University, and Yu and Enluming from my cohort. Contact their families and communicate with the university to recruit them into the Star Warrior Army. Also, contact the Northern Military Academy and recruit Qian Zhuang." Zhang Songfu stood at attention and said, "Yes." Jiang Shao suddenly asked, By the way, has the Star Warrior army been set up? Zhang Songfu shook his head and said, No, we're still in the establishment stage. Commander Luan is still out on a mission. Jiang Shao nodded and said, Do we still have to trouble Commander Luan for that? I'll go talk to Yizhengwei later. In a month, the students of the various academies would be graduating, and most of the elites had already been taken. However, if he could set up the Star Warrior army as soon as possible, he should be able to snatch a lot of talents. There were many talented students in this cohort of Star Warrior army. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao looked at Wu Haoyang and asked, Does Li Wei have a partner? Wu Haoyang nodded and said, He joined the Northern Guardians of the Night as early as the first semester. Jiang Shao was speechless. Brother Li is still willing to take the initiative. Before the college entrance examination, Li Wei had joined the Northern Military Academy in advance. In college, he had already joined the Northern Guardians of the Night in half a year. Ever since they parted ways during the college entrance examination, Jiang Shao and Li Wei had also embarked on different paths. To be honest, Jiang Shao had the ability to transfer him from the Guardians of the Night, but it didn't seem necessary. Everyone had their own lives, and there was no need to forcefully interfere. Besides, from the looks of it, Brother Li had a good plan for his own life. He was always well prepared and had already decided on the next stage of his life before everyone had settled down. Wish him well. He didn't know if he and Big Sister Qing may had a happy ending. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao took out his mobile phone and opened WeChat, which he hadn't used for 10,000 years. Jiang Shao had very few friends, and there were only a few of them on WeChat. Jiang Zhao's finger paused for a moment, and he really saw a post that Li Qingmei had posted on WeChat 2 days ago. It was a picture of Li Wei dressed in his military uniform and standing guard on the beach. He reckoned that he was helping the local military and police maintain order. The caption of the picture was, I'll send you delicious food tonight, love emoji. Jiang Shao smiled, happy to see that the two of them were still as close as ever. Their short and concise words were also filled with warmth. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao clicked on Li Qingmei's profile picture and sent a message. Remember to call me when you get married. I'll be the best groomsman, and the bride and groom will both give birth to twins. The probability is 100%, and the test is valid. Asking for some tickets. Chapter 1244. July 1st was a day full of information for the people of Huaxia. The Xinglin army alone occupied the pages of the major news media and had 2 spots on the hot search list. Firstly, on the 1st of July, the 4th Independent Regiment of the Xinglin Army, the Ghost Wolf Army, was established and stationed in the 5 alliances in the east of Great Ming. Secondly, on the 1st of July, the Xinglin Army Apprentice Army was established with Commander Luan as the overall person in charge. The first batch of apprentices was to recruit 50 apprentices from various universities in China, and the first commander was Zhang Songfu. In fact, Zhang Songfu didn't expect that he would be the leader of the apprentice army, even though there were so many talents in the Xinglin army. At the very most, he had only been a deputy guard for less than half a month. And now he was being sent out to be a regiment commander. His rank rose rapidly along with his position, and Zhang Songfu was still a little dumbfounded when he took up the post. Actually, Jiang Shao also felt that he was wasting God's resources. It was a waste for someone like Zhang Songfu to be his guard. Jiang Shao felt that he had let him down when he saw Zhang Songfu standing at the door of his office every day. This was the person who led the Guardians of the Night in the Alien Ball and fought all over the place. He was also the terrifying Star Warrior who established and stabilized the Dancing Soul City in the Calamity Shadow world. Given Zhang Songfu's abilities, means, and wisdom, you're letting him stand guard at the door every day? Indeed, ever since Zhang Songfu came, Jiang Shao did not have to worry about anything big or small. All he had to do was listen to the reports every day, and Jiang Shao would make the decisions. However, Jiang Zhao's heart ached for this comfort. There was a standard that he had to adhere to. Don't get in my way. Zhang Songfu left Jiang Zhao's office and was promoted. His position as the leader of the apprentice army was jointly decided by second last, Yi Zhizhong. and Jiang Shao. The position of guard that Jiang Shao had vacated seemed to have become the best position to gild, and the vacancy was filled by Yi family Chenlingtao. Jiang Zhao's thoughts were simple. Since Uncle Yi was so supportive of Jiang Zhao's work, there was no reason for Jiang Shao to reject him. Given the rapid development of the Xinglin army, even a fool would know that Chen Lingtao wouldn't be able to stay for long. Chen Lingtao knew that he had to serve his master well. Of course, Chen Lingtao was very confident in this aspect. As long as he didn't bump into Marta, everything would be fine. No one expected the people who teamed up with Zhang Songfu. They were a couple transferred from the Northern Guardian Army, Hu Wei and Songlan. The other legions were also able to see some clues from this kind of mobilization. Previously, Wu Haoyang, now Hu Wei and Songlan. On the one hand, he had connections with Xinglin army. He has the ability to mobilize people from all the different military branches. On the other hand, Hu Wei and Songlan were very eager to join the Xinglin army. The reason why the Star Advent army was called Star Advent was because of the Star Advent Squad, which was formed by soldiers from various military branches on the alien planet. Did Xinglin military want to recall all the veteran members from the alien sphere? For a time, the Central China Night Watch Army began to frantically do the work of the Falcon brothers Li Haoge and Yu Yuchen brother, Don't Go. Let's talk it over. The Star Warrior soldiers who had experienced the suffering of the alien planet were treated like treasures. Not only did they have powerful strength, willpower, and faith, but they also had experiences that ordinary people did not have. In terms of information and intelligence, the Star Warriors from the alien planet were several levels higher than the Star Warriors from Earth. The Star Advent Army was indeed looking for people everywhere, but as long as the Falcon brothers stuck to their posts and expressed their wishes in private, everything could be discussed. Not to mention the former ancient pagoda Castellan Li Haoge and Yu Yuchen. Even the semi-retired Wang Dachui was held tightly by the Mountain Shattering Army and called back to the Mountain Shattering Army to be an expert consultant. Jiang Shao was elated to hear this information. Unknowingly, it has promoted the careers of the brothers. That's not bad. Poisonous milk scam? Well, I can use this trick often in the future. Are you guys not taking my brother seriously? Huh? Are you not putting them in an important position? I'll transfer my brothers back then. The establishment of the Ghost Wolf Corps, as well as the establishment of the Apprentice Army, caused quite a stir in society. Most people had a positive attitude, because the news from all over the world these days was very worrying. Following the ultimate fusion of Earth and the alien planet, there were few cases of star beasts wreaking havoc in the major regions of China, except for the Tinder cities in each region. The various armies were also sending troops to clean up the remaining star beasts that caused chaos in society. They were also helping the people rebuild their hometowns and transform the land of conflict after the fusion. Overall, the interior of China was considered stable. However, it was different on the outside. Why was the Ghost Wolf Legion stationed in the Northern and Eastern Five Alliances? There were no internal problems in the region that bordered the Russian Federation and the Great Ming Empire. The key was that the pressure on the soldiers at the border was increasing. In particular, the Russian Federation and the Great Ming Empire were extremely sparsely populated. The major regions of China had deliberately left behind Tinder cities, but the Great Ming Empire and the Russian Federation did not need Tinder cities at all because they were filled with Tinder cities. Large tracts of land had long been occupied by various star beasts. Fortunately, the genes in the star beasts made them unwilling to leave the specific areas where they lived. However, the terrain at the border was the same. The typical example was the Arrow Mountain clan of the Great Ming Empire. You humans are clear about the border, but what does it have to do with me? The Great Ming Province, the Outer Ming Empire, these places are all my home. A large number of China's armies were spread out and stationed along the long border. They were already prepared for a long and arduous battle. This was only the northern part of China. Looking at the western and southern parts of China, those borders, moreover, this was the problem of the inland. The situation of the coastal areas was even worse. Was the Star Organization real? It was a stinky fish in a pot of soup. Back then, The evil that they had done to the alien planet was now being repaid to the entire human race. The wave-chasing clan that wandered the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans was a very intelligent race. These large groups with the appearance of dolphins, white whales, and killer whales were terrifyingly united. Previously, the Star Organization had attempted to enslave the wave-chasing clan in the alien planet, but the wave-chasing clan refused. They were not willing to be a means of transportation for humans, and they were even more unwilling to be domesticated and become slaves. The Star Organization's style was the same as before. They thought that they were superior creatures and slaughtered a few small wave-chasing clan. They attempted to use such a powerful method to make the wave-chasing clan surrender. However, they never expected that the wave-chasing clan, who had the Sound Series Star technique, would spread the news of their encounter throughout the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans and inform all their fellow clansmen. The Star Organization did not just provoke a few small wave-chasing clan, but the entire wave-chasing clan. Before the fusion of the two spheres, there was no human economic activity in the alien planet because no one went to the sea. Hence, there was nothing much. However, after the fusion, the information reported by various countries almost made the entire world fall into despair as if it was the end of the world. As long as you are a human, don't even think about moving in the ocean. The deep sea is fine, but we won't go. But the shallow sea? If you dare to come, the wave-chasing clan will dare to kill you. Due to the world turbulence caused by the fusion of the two spheres, there were fewer merchant ships and cargo ships, but it did not mean that there were none. In the beginning, the European countries thought that it was an isolated phenomenon. However, as ships sank into the sea one after another and fleets were torn apart, everyone knew that the wave-chasing clan in the alien planet was ferocious. Why? On Earth, even the low-ranked wave-chasing clan were very friendly. Logically speaking, the wave-chasing clan, which was of a higher rank and had higher intelligence, should also be friendly to humans. Why did this happen? Others might not know, but Jiang Shao knew it all too well. From the perspective of humans, they thought that the wave-chasing clan was ferocious and would kill anyone they saw, just like the white ghouls. From the perspective of the wave-chasing clan, they should have the same thoughts. They interpreted the actions of the Star Organization as what humans would do to them. To the wave-chasing clan, humans were just like the white ghouls, cruel and tyrannical. Strictly speaking, it was no longer the wave-chasing clan's revenge. It was an instinctive struggle for the survival of the species. If you don't kill humans, humans will kill you. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Shao also reported the situation to the National Star Association and asked the representative of the China Star Association to inform the World Star Warriors Association so that the world would know who the culprit was. At the same time, Jiang Shao did not hesitate to provide the World Star Association with information about the remaining members of the Star Organization in an attempt to get the world to work together to find the remaining members. The problem was that this was just Jiang Shao's opinion. Many Western representatives felt that Jiang Shao could abuse his power for personal gain. If the information of the planet conversion members were to be casually mixed in with an enemy that Jiang Shao wanted to eliminate, the other party would find it hard to defend themselves. After all, this was the information provided by Jiang Shao, and no one could testify. In fact, everyone in the Tail Feather Squad could testify, but, to put it bluntly, they were all from the same country and were in cahoots with Jiang Shao. What was the cause of this? Because the information provided by Jiang Shao was not the 12 members of the Star Organization that the world knew and was familiar with. The only thing that made the information provided by Jiang Shao a little more credible was that in the list of people he provided, these people had indeed entered the alien planet, and there were indeed some vicious people among them. Of course, there was no lack of traitors and traitors. However, the voices of opposition and protest were still very loud, and the focus was on a young man and a young woman. They were the couple that Jiang Shao had met by chance at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. At present, it seemed that the young man and woman were citizens of the Tima Kingdom and were college students who had yet to graduate. However, they disappeared during an exploration of the dimensional space and should have entered the alien planet by mistake. How could such a young and promising star warrior join the anti-human star organization? The Tima Kingdom also took this opportunity to criticize China for providing false information. In order to eliminate dissidents, they resorted to such means in order to eliminate two young star warriors with great potential from the Tima Kingdom. All of a sudden, all kinds of conspiracy theories fill the media. Jiang Xiao was so angry that he almost laughed. Eliminate dissidents? How can such people pose a threat to me? To put it bluntly, who else in the world can pose a threat to me? Who else in the world can pose a threat to me? Out of 7 billion people, there's only Hopkins, right? However, if I go to my death now, do you think Hopkins will save me or not? If I'm gone, he'll be finished too. Hopkins will have to help me even if he has to risk his life. Who else could be a threat to me? What a joke. If it weren't for the fact that this man and woman are known as Star Organization, I wouldn't even look them in the eye. Jiang Xiao directly retorted on Weibo. Jiang Xiaopi, are you mischievous? Just now from Huawei P40 Pro Threat? Haha, I've always been afraid of 3 people. My teacher when I was in school, my superior when I was in the military, and my little Jiang Xue. As for the young Star Warriors, forget it. I'm not targeting the young Star Warriors. I'm referring to all the Star Warriors in the world. Apologies. Don't use your arrogance and conceit to question my life experience. As soon as Jiang Xiao retorted on Weibo, the comments exploded. Jiang Xiaopi from the whole world. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy. I'm so proud, doghead, god pie. I'm a major general now, after all. That's not appropriate. You have to be humble and keep a low profile. You're not a student now. You can't run your mouth off. It's okay. Pippi hasn't graduated yet. There's still half a month to go. He can still fool around for half a month. Domineering. Decent. That's how it should be. I cleared out Sichuan and Kainan in front of the whole world. I resolved the crisis of the Xiong Empire as soon as I appeared. Threatening. You guys are targeting God Pai. Does he pose a threat to you? Hey, our God Pai is decorated with medals and is even promoted to the deputy commander of the Star Lin Army by China. Are you angry? Yuan Qinghua. As a melee fighter who was defeated by a rookie from Star Cloud. Thank you, I'm offended. Ingshi. Thank you, I'm offended. Prince Bino, thank you, I'm offended. L. Juliet, thank you, I'm offended. Capital Star Warrior. Fong Xingyun. Why have I never felt that you're afraid of me? Thug Lu Yang from Tianjin. That's right. You've finally done something human. Don't be so arrogant at home. Go and fight abroad. Are foreign Star Warriors not human? Huh? Kai Yao. How dare you, Lu Yang? How dare you speak to young Master Jiang like that? Didn't the national high school competition defeat you? Thug Lu Yang from Tianjin. At Kai Yao, we're on the same team. In fact, Jiang Xiao had another trick up his sleeve. He would operate the aging Star Mecha and rush into any television station in Europe, find a live broadcast program, and then announce that the Star Organization was responsible for the matter. Isn't that a little too unrestrained? Jiang Xiao thought about it and thought, it's indeed a little unrestrained. Forget it, brother, calm down. Chapter 1245. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, he received a call from an old friend after he posted it on Weibo. When Jiang Kelly, sat behind his desk and flipped through the files of the Star Arrival Army apprentices, Chun Lingtao walked towards him with a cup of tea. Master, have some tea, Chun Lingtao said respectfully. Jiang Xiao didn't even look up and simply nodded. It wasn't that he was putting on airs, but rather he saw an interesting file. Wu Yao. She was Jiang Zhao Sr. at Star Warrior University and Han Jiangshue's regular teammate during the First World Cup. Han Jiangshue, Song Chuanxi, Hisu. At this moment, Song Chuanxi was already a senior officer of the Wasteland Reclaimers, and Hisu had also gotten his wish to stay in the school after graduating. Han Jiangshue followed Jiang Xiao from the Wasteland Reclaimers to the Guardians of the Night, and now the Star Arrival Army. They followed each other along the way. As for Miss Wu Yao, after graduation, she went to fulfill her dream. She once aspired to travel around the world. She wanted to return to Damling Province with stories and memories in the last chapter of her life and die under the beautiful starry sky. Her dream was wonderful. However, why did she come to submit the file and join the army? No wonder Zhang Songfu sent the file over for me to look through. He looked at the sender of the file and realized that it was submitted by Star Warrior University. Given our relationship, she could have just spoken to me. Why did she have to look for the school? Jiang Xiao still remembered that during the Second World Cup, she suddenly appeared and heartlessly left without saying goodbye. Master, there's a phone call, Chun Lingtao said carefully. Huh? Jiang Xiao looked up and saw Chun Lingtao, who was in high spirits. He was dressed in an ocean blue suit and looked rather imposing. Jiang Xiao looked in the direction of Chun Lingtao's finger, only to see that the screen of the mobile phone was lit up. I put on silent mode just now, so I forgot, Jiang Xiao said casually and pulled out the mobile phone from the pile of documents with a peculiar expression on his face. Jiang Xiao did not have many friends, and there were even fewer people who had his private phone number. He picked up the phone, and a thick accent sounded. Jiang Xiao fart, Jiang Xiao said, scram, speak English. Haha, Jiang, you're really amazing. You're now a high-ranking officer. I'm really proud of you. Prince Bino's congratulatory voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, tell me, what's the matter? His Royal Highness is a busy man. Why did you call me when you have time? No, you're wrong. I didn't call you because I didn't want to disturb you. I know you're busy. Regardless of Prince Bino's true thoughts, the words he said were indeed very comforting. Jiang Xiao humphed and asked, how's your sister? How have you been? Prince Bino? Jiang Xiao. He was most afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. Jiang Xiao said meekly, I'm just being polite. Prince Bino asked doubtfully, don't you pay attention to current affairs? Oh, right. I heard that you've been in the alien world for a long time, so there's a lot of news that you don't know. Stunned for a moment, Jiang Xiao asked, what's wrong? Prince Bino paused and said, my father is old and left us a few months ago. My brother inherited the throne. You know, my brother is just an ordinary person and Earth is in such a state now, so Sophia was called back to the palace by my brother to be his bodyguard and advisor. Jiang Xiao opened his mouth and said, I'm very sorry. It's normal for people to grow old and die of illness. My father passed away peacefully, so there's no need to feel sorry. However, when he left, Earth and the alien world had yet to truly merge. My father did not see the current state of the Sima Kingdom, so we can only do our best to save as many lives as possible and help this country return to normal as soon as possible. Prince Bino said. Jiang Xiao asked, how can I help you? Prince Bino said, I've asked around and found out about your great achievements on the alien world. I've also seen with my own eyes how you dealt with the troublesome rainbow race in the Xiong Empire. So, I think I should ask you for help. Jiang Xiao asked, Prince Bino said, you know that my country is surrounded by the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. The wave-chasing race that descended from the alien world seemed to have gone mad and trapped my people on land. The people who live along the coast can't go to the sea, and any commercial activities that take the sea route are all stranded. I think maybe you should be able to help me talk to the wave-chasing race. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Me? Am I omnipotent? You want me to communicate with the dolphins? Wait a minute. I really do seem to be omnipotent. Prince Bino said, we are just the country that has been greatly affected. In fact, it's not just us. The wave-chasing race that occupies the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans are threatening the entire world and making everything a mess. In the past, we didn't know what the problem was and simply thought that the wave-chasing race was unfriendly to humans. But now, I believe the information you provided. It's because the Star Conversion Organization hunted down the wave-chasing race, causing the wave-chasing race to retaliate against humans. If we find the crux of the problem, maybe we can solve all of this. Jiang Xiao said, how do you want to solve it? I'm listening. Prince Bino said, tie up all those damn Star Conversion Organization members and throw them into the sea. Feed them to the wave-chasing race to appease their anger. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Your Highness, You are really King awesome. These words were said in private. If you dared to write it on Twitter, you would probably be flamed to death. However, after thinking about it carefully, Jiang Shao could understand Prince Bino's feelings. On one hand, the country had suffered a very serious loss, and the people were suffering. On the other hand, which was also the most important point, Prince Bino was pro-sea. It was not an exaggeration to call him the Prince of the Sea. He liked the sea and liked to explore everything there. Sea devouring souls? So be it if they were killed. But what about those cute and intelligent dolphins and white dolphins? Prince Bino probably didn't even have time to protect them. So how could he bear to let humans hurt them? After venting his anger, Prince Binuo seemed to have regained some clarity. He said, "We still don't have any traces of the remnants of the Star Transformation Army. However, the Shima Kingdom will cooperate fully in search for the traces of those bastards. Now, maybe we can still do something within our power. We all know that the wave-chasing race is very intelligent. If we can explain to them that it was the individual actions of the Star Conversion Organization and not the entire human race's actions, don't let the whole world pay for an anti-human organization. Is this possible?" Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, "Maybe it's possible. We can give it a try." "That's great, Jiang Shaofu," Prince Bino said excitedly. "I saw how you communicated with the Rainbow Tribe. We once found that big fish at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. It's your friend, right? It finally returned to your embrace. If we can invite the big fish to come out and try to communicate with its people, it might have an unexpected effect." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shao nodded again and said, "Yes, that makes sense." Prince Bino said excitedly, "Of course, this is just a private request of mine. We will propose this plan in the name of the Sima Kingdom at the World United Star Association meeting and ask for the help of the Star Arrival Army. Your contributions will not be erased. At that time, all the coastal people in the world will know who helped them and who saved them." "Well, okay, you're right. It's better to go through the proper procedures," Jiang Shao agreed. "Okay, I'll go and tell Sophia now." Prince Bino then hung up the phone. Jiang Shao put down his mobile phone and shook his head with a smile. It was really different. When Bino's father was still alive, the prince seemed to be a decadent royal youth who didn't care about worldly affairs and indulged in debauchery. Now he had already begun to help his country think about things. Or perhaps it had something to do with his father's death and the fusion of the two spheres. After all, Prince Bino was a powerful star warrior. In the face of such a global crisis, the profession of a star warrior was duty-bound. Jiang Shao put down his mobile phone and handed Wu Yao's information to Chen Lingtao. "Hand this file to Captain Zhang Song for later. The Star Arrival Army wants this person. Not only do we want her, but we can also send her back to her hometown, Deming, to lead the Ghost Wolf Legion together with Wu Haoyang. Missy Wu Yao is very wild and can form a duo warrior combination with the Second Master." It was unknown if Jiang Shao had an idea or if he and Wu Yao were telepathic. In fact, Wu Yao really wanted to join the Star Arrival 4th Regiment, the Ghost Wolf Legion. At the end of the day, that was her hometown. She had already accumulated a lot of stories. However, when she grew old, there would be no place for her to return to. That would be the saddest thing for Wu Yao. Jiang Shao flipped through the documents sent by Zhang Songfu. Since it was specially sent by old Zhang, there should be a surprise, right? When Jiang Shao flipped through the files of a few graduates, he paused again. "Don't." Jiang Shao grinned and saw the photos of the Tianjin thugs. "What? All of them are here to seek refuge with me?" Jiang Shao continued to flip through, and indeed he saw the files of the Tianjin Big Tits Kai Yao. "Are they Embers and Wu Xiaojing from Huadong? Teammates from the 2017 World Cup?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao felt like he was playing a game of 3 kingdoms, where heroes from all walks of life came to seek refuge with him. Among the children who had made their way out of the village together, a deputy commander suddenly appeared. Given the current global situation, seeking refuge with Jiang Shao seemed to be a very good choice, be it for official or personal reasons. However, Embers and Wu Xiaojing were from the same batch as Ming Ming. Didn't they join the army after graduation? Otherwise, How could the various armies let go of such powerful figures so easily? Oh no, oh no. After all, the Celestial Advent Apprentice Army only recruited 50 people at most. If they were to be counted according to the standards of national star warriors like Wu Yao, Lu Yong, Embers, and Wu Shaojing, could they still be called an apprentice army? What? They could just switch to Ocean Blue and go straight to the battlefield. There was no need for training at all. These young geniuses were the best of the best among their peers in the world. Each of them was more amazing than the last. At the same time, in the capital Star Warrior University, Lu Yong, who was eating in a restaurant, was drinking a pot of soup and bragging. Just wait and see. We'll definitely be able to enter Star Arrival. Jiang Xiaopi is my brother. Also, Second Master Wu can be a team leader even though he's a coward. How am I inferior to him? I'm ranked 32nd in the world. How much is he? I'm ranked 33rd in the world. He's below me. Kai Yao looked at Lu Yong in disdain. Wu Haoyang was ranked 64 to 33 in the ranking competition. He went all the way and finally got to 33rd place. What about you? You were ranked 32nd to 17th. You lost all the way and finally you were ranked 32nd. Lu Yong humphed. That's none of your business. Anyway, I'm ranked higher than him. Kai Yao said calmly. Second Master's opponent is Jiang Xiaopi. Lu Yang's eyes widened and he looked at Kai Yao. Huh, you wastrel, who exactly do you think you are? Hey, don't hit me. Sister, my dear sister, don't hit me. Chapter 1246. Jiang Xiao, who had just put down the phone, received another call. Jiang Xiao looked at the phone number and smiled. He picked up the call. Hello, Principal Yang. Good, good. Xiaopi, are you busy? Vice Principal Yang Shinsan's concerned and polite voice rang out. Oh no, I should remove the word vice principal. I'm the real principal now. Yes, yes, principal. Jiang Xiao was also very polite and courteous. All these years, Jiang Xiao had been able to do whatever he wanted because Principal Yang had taken great care of him. Principal Yang smiled and said, I won't take up too much of your time. I want to tell you that the school's graduation ceremony will be held on July 11th. If you can spare some time, try to come back and take a look. It'll be a fitting ending to your university career. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, Principal, I haven't taken an exam yet, but I've already written my graduation thesis. Principal Yang said, haha, good, good. You don't need to take an exam. You've already gotten full marks. I'm very satisfied. I'm not the only one. Everyone in the world is very satisfied. Actually, the problem was on both sides. Given Jiang Zhao's actions during his time as a Star Warrior University student and his current status, how could he not get a graduation certificate from the Capital Star Warrior University? What was the purpose of the Capital Star Warrior University? It was to nurture high-quality Star Warrior students. What was the purpose? It was to prevent the students from going astray and committing crimes after graduation. They had to contribute to society as Star Warriors. What was Jiang Xiao doing? To put it bluntly, if contribution could be quantified, no student could compare to Jiang Xiao in the decades since the establishment of the Capital Star Warrior University. Jiang Zhao's graduation exam was not based on the exam paper, but on his actions. Principal Yang said, by the way, the school is going to let you be the representative of the outstanding graduates of the class of 2017 and give a speech at the graduation ceremony. Is that convenient? Jiang Xiao said. Principal Yang seemed to have thought of something and reminded him. You can say anything, but pay attention to your style and don't be too jumpy. Jiang Xiao said, Okay, Principal Yang, see you then. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xiao hurriedly opened his contact list, found the gunman's phone number, and dialed it. Hello? Shrimpy? Xian's slightly ethereal voice came from the other end of the phone. It was very pleasant to the ear. Jiang Xiao hurriedly said, Little Xian, how's my thesis going? How's the progress? Hee. Xian chuckled and said, I've finished writing it for you, but I'm still editing it. You're really so worried about me? Jiang Xiao had many classmates, but most of them were busy. The only one who was free was Xian. who had returned home to open a florist shop. A few days ago, after receiving Jiang Zhao's request for help, Xian readily agreed to be his helper. Jiang Zhao chuckled. Don't worry. Of course not. By the way, what's our thesis about? Xian asked doubtfully. What? Are you really going to use it for your thesis defense? Jiang Zhao said, they're spoiling me. I don't have time to defend myself. I'll just hand it in. Oh, Xian said. I read the questions and directions of Capital Star Warrior's graduation thesis. The main title I chose is Symptoms Caused by the Fusion of the Alien Sphere and Earth. The subtitle I came up with is the interaction between Star Warriors and protected citizens. Jiang Zhao froze for a moment and immediately thought of the scene of Xian protecting more than 600 citizens on the alien sphere. Okay, sure. Great. She has the right to speak. Jiang Zhao heaved a sigh of relief and said, just follow the rules. Don't ask for credit. Just don't make any mistakes. Send it to me when you're done. Xian thought for a moment, responded, and hung up the phone. A line of words appeared in front of her on the laptop in front of her. Foolish kindness is worse than evil. Xian hesitated for a moment and tapped the back button again and again to delete the text. She decided to follow the rules. After all, she was helping him write the thesis. After all, his identity was different from hers. Jiang Zhao had no idea what happened in the Tree Fortress at that time. At that time, Jiang Zhao went to the Central Plains to save Xia Yan while Jiang Gong, who stayed in the Tree Fortress, helped the soldiers of the Tree Fortress get rid of the Iron Tree demons. If Jiang Zhao knew what happened, he would probably ask Xian to go all out. Damn it, Miss Blind Lady didn't even whip him enough. We should be discussing what's the most comfortable way to whip an ungrateful person. At the same time, in the Calamity World, next to the lake in the stone villa. Yes. Ugh. Jiang Zhao clenched his fists and the excitement on his face disappeared, only to be replaced by a retching expression. On the surface of the lake, not far away, the star map in front of the aging star's chest emitted a bright ray of light. As the star map in front of his chest matched his body, in the blink of an eye, the weathered old man turned into a tall, handsome, and elegant young man. The young man combed his short, black hair and looked at his slender fingers. TSK, his skin is really soft and tender. Logically speaking, a melee fighter of this level would have several layers of calluses on his hands if he did not have the special care of a medical awakened Star Warrior. However, this guy's body was really perfect after the last radiance of the setting sun. As a wave of pure blue astral power surged and converged in his hand, a semi-illusory butterfly knife was put together and danced lightly on his fingertips. Unsurprisingly, the young man rose to prominence in Europe, and most of his star techniques came from Europe. The seemingly illusory and somewhat dark shadow weapon should have come from Lancey's Phantom Theater. Star technique, phantom weapon. With a thought from the young man, the shadow weapon turned into a pure blue color of star power. Before he became a mecha, he was holding a fencing weapon of such quality during the battle with Jiang Zhao. The phantom weapon could be transformed into two forms. It could appear and disappear from time to deliver a fatal blow. It could also be in a physical form, which would increase the attack power of the weapon. During the battle, the young man had been swaggering around with the fencing weapon in his hand and did not make it transparent. He reckoned that he probably didn't take Jiang Zhao's team seriously. Jiang Zhao clearly didn't like being looked down upon. Hence, he killed the young man. Well, that makes sense. The more the young Hua Xing played with it, the more astral power gathered around the butterfly knife on the back of his hand. Two blue astral power butterflies appeared and twirled around his wrist. Behind the young Hua Xing, a pair of illusory and dark wings faintly appeared, carrying him slowly into the sky. Star technique, phantom wings. In this regard, Jiang Zhao only had one word to describe it: gaudy. Isn't it just a flying star technique? Why did he have to grow wings and make himself look like a dark angel? The key was that the young Hua Xing was really handsome, and the pair of wings complemented him. Under the deliberate control of the young man, the shadow wings on his back gradually disappeared. Although the wings were gone, The young man was still standing in the sky, but he had turned the phantom wings transparent. Jiang Shao, who was sitting by the lake, was rather excited to see the young man continuously experimenting with his star techniques. There's another godly mecha in the village. It's time to put to use. A battle at the end of the star stage. The absolute leader of the star organization. Are you afraid? What a pity. Jiang Shao also turned to look at the wife of the young man, Elizabeth, who had yet to reverse engineer her star martial cross. When the couple is ready, I can go out and stir up trouble. Jiang Shao thought about it happily while lying comfortably on the rocking chair and looking at the thick book in his hand. In fact, he had been studying that page for several days. In Jiang Zhao's eyes, the page of the book was not full of mysterious words and symbols. Half of the mysterious veil had already been removed. Judging from the pattern that was revealed, Jiang Shao knew that he was still looking at a diagram of the human body. Jiang Shao clearly remembered what kind of words and symbols Hopkins used when he sealed him. Besides, Jiang Shao also remembered that the words and symbols on the seal were exactly the same. There were only 10 functional pages in the third section of Star Warrior era. In fact, there might even be fewer pages. In between the third section of the Human Body Transformation Diagram and the second section of the Star Beast Encyclopedia, there were 3 pages that were filled with mysterious words. The 3 pages that Jiang Shao could not understand might still belong to the second section and be about the Star Beast that Jiang Shao had yet to unlock. It might also belong to the third section and be a functional page, which Jiang Shao could not determine at the moment. In the 10 pages of the book, Jiang Shao did not find the page with the unified words and symbols. What made him even more confused was that the symbol appeared on many pages of the book. After carefully comparing the pages, Jiang Shao decided to find the 2 pages with the most symbols. Yes, 2 pages. There were 7 words and symbols that sealed Jiang Zhao's star techniques in both pages. It just so happened that when Hopkins sealed Jiang Shao, he threw out 7 such symbols. Jiang Shao chose one of the pages to study. After reading it carefully, Jiang Shao felt that there was hope. Previously, Jiang Shao could not see any pictures at all, but ever since he tried to understand the pages from the perspective of sealing human star techniques, he managed to see half of the messy words and symbols on the pages. But why is there only the lower half? What about the upper half? How do I understand it to be able to see the entire picture? Ugh. Jiang Shao sat up from the rocking chair and subconsciously tilted his head to the side to vomit. Layers of star power gathered in his body, but Jiang Shao ignored it and continued to read the book. First of all, I have to be clear about one thing. I believe in it. I'm a new believer of Star Warrior era, and I'm a very devout one. Jiang Shao muttered softly with a frown. After clarifying the main idea, Jiang Shao crossed his legs, rested his elbows on his knees, and rested his chin on his palm. Why can't I read this half of the page? According to my understanding of sealing star techniques, I've already understood half a page. What am I missing? Is it to seal star power? While Jiang Shao was thinking about it, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared in the book in front of him again, turning from scribbles into a vague picture. However, it was not finalized. Instead, the text and picture intertwined and appeared intermittently. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Is this the right direction? Is this really the star power of a Star Warrior? At the thought of this, the 2 lines of text that had just turned into a picture in front of him turned back into scribbles again. Not only did this small section turn back into text, but the remaining half of the picture also seemed to be turning back into text. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Am I wrong again? Damn it, I can't seal star power. I was wrong. God, Goddess, immeasurable heavenly venerate. Umaba, it's not sealing star power. Turn these 2 lines of symbols back. Jiang Shao said frantically as his mind raced. The method of sealing might be generally correct, but it might not be accurate. That was why it was in such an awkward situation at this moment. So what is it? Really? It's easy to get started, but it's difficult to master. As soon as he thought about it wrongly, the picture disappeared immediately. However, That was actually a good thing, as it corrected Jiang Zhao's wrong thoughts in time. So what exactly is it? What is the same direction as the seal? Restrict the star power of a star warrior? Completely destroy a star warrior? Turn a star warrior back into an ordinary person? Restrict the potential of a star warrior? Weaken the strength of a star warrior? Just as Jiang Xiao was cursing his head and thoughts flashed through his mind, the page in his hand suddenly emitted a shocking ray of light. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. The pile of text symbols quickly dispersed to both sides, and a human anatomy chart appeared in front of Jiang Xiao again. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed. Is this reducing the potential of a star warrior and weakening the strength of a star warrior? Isn't this too despicable? Yes, since there are pages that can increase the strength of a star warrior, there should also be pages that can weaken the strength of a star warrior. Damn it! Jiang Xiao leaned back and lay on the rocking chair. Immediately afterwards, he hurriedly got up and retched twice, although he did not vomit anything. Jiang Xiao wiped his mouth out of habit and looked at the page in his hand. In the human body transformation chart, the flow of the star power lines was actually completely opposite to the route of improving the strength of a star warrior. Damn it, am I poisonous again? Previously, I could kick someone from the galaxy stage to the starry stage. Now, I can drag someone from the starry stage back to the starry stage. This is not a simple weakening of the total amount of star power of a star warrior, but a real physical weakening. It's like taking drastic measures. It's reducing the potential of a star warrior and weakening the physical fitness of a star warrior. Xia Shanhai trained hard all his life before he reached the peak of the starry stage. If I give him a reverse human body transformation chart, will it be able to drag Xia Shanhai back to the galaxy stage? Will he still have to advance from the galaxy stage to the galaxy stage again? But will Xia Shanhai be able to do so at his age? Xia Shanhai knew what his star martial art transformation was, and he had mastered the secret to entering the starry stage. However, physical fitness and potential were a big problem. After entering the galaxy stage again, there would be the early, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages of the galaxy stage. Uncle Xia probably wouldn't be able to cross those terrifying thresholds, right? However, it's not a big problem. Isn't there a song, regardless of success or failure? Life is heroic. At most, we'll start all over again. In the future, if anyone tries to act heroic and talk about heroism in front of me, I'll let them start all over again. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao could not help but shiver. How vicious, but I like it so much. Chapter 1247. How many star power levels can this Star Warrior martial arts reduce? How many potential Star Warriors can it weaken? Jiang Xiao thought about it again, and sensed that Jiang Kelly, who was in Xinglin Courtyard, picked up the phone again. Okay. A low, nasal voice sounded on the other end of the line. How is it? Did the mission go well? Jiang Xiao asked. It went well, second last said in a hoarse voice. What's the matter? Look at you. I'm just concerned about you, Jiang Xiao said with pursed lips. Second last said, It's 1 a.m. here. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Jiang Xiao remained silent for only 2 seconds before he heard the beeping sound of the phone being hung up. Hey, Jiang Xiao scratched his head in frustration and dialed second last number again. Okay, second last said in a low, nasal voice again, seemingly emotionless. Jiang Xiao hurriedly cut to the chase. Is there still a Star Warrior imprisoned in your space? The Star Warrior Great Shield Warrior? Second last said, Yes. Jiang Xiao said, Lend it to me. I've developed a new Star Warrior martial arts, and I want to try it out. Second last confirmed, It's a new function of Star Warrior martial arts. Jiang Xiao frantically said, Yes, it's a very vicious function that reduces the strength of Star Warriors and weakens their potential. Second last was speechless. Realizing that second last had fallen silent, Jiang Xiao wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine. He wanted to hang up the phone too, but, well, I'm the one begging her now. There doesn't seem to be any benefit in hanging up. Second last said, Come on, I'll send you the coordinates. In the office, the space door opened and Jiang Xiao stepped out. On the other side, Jiang Kelly confirmed the specific location according to the coordinates and checked it with the mecha. Her body flickered. At this moment, second last was standing at the edge of a tropical rainforest. She put away her mobile phone and picked up the sword again before raising her head at the humanoid star beast in front of her. Ha! 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 Oh! 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 A series of battle cries rang out incessantly. The voices of men and women were all very hoarse. Only the short and small children's voices were very shrill. The open area at the edge of the tropical rainforest had already become a gladiatorial arena. The two camps were at daggers drawn. On one side was the barbarian army standing in the forest, and on the other side were about a dozen soldiers of the 2nd Celestial Advent Regiment standing by the road. The huge square formation filled with torches and the small group of lights could be said to be completely different. It was simply a clash between two civilizations. Standing in front of second last was a muscular man who was more than 5 meters tall. He was wearing thick animal skin clothes, and in such a hot environment, he actually didn't feel stuffy. He was drenched in sweat and his muscles were bulging. His hair was braided, and he was holding onto a two-handed axe with bloodshot eyes that were larger than copper bells. He glared at second last menacingly and swung his axe at her. Second last dodged sideways and stepped on the axes with one foot. Hey! The man suddenly raised his two-handed axe, but she actually didn't lift the axe that second last was stepping on. The burly man's face was full of shock. He did not believe it and lifted the axe again. Gotcha! The handle of the axe broke. The axe was still being stepped on by second last, and the handle of the axe was broken by the man's immense strength. Tongue! 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 The man took a few steps back and landed on his buttocks with a loud thud. Ha ha! Whoa, for a time, the sound of laughter rang out. Of course, the sounds did not come from the Starland camp, but from the Amazonian savages who were holding onto torches. A few sneaky little savages even had blow dart-like hidden weapons in their mouths. They did not attack anyone, but they blew out ear-piercing sounds, as if they were mocking the male savage who returned without achieving anything. At the next moment, a large figure emerged from the crowd and pushed the savages away before kicking the savage who was sitting on the ground away. All of a sudden, the Starland soldiers were stunned. Is he trying to kill me? How dare he kick our own people? The defeated savage was directly kicked into a human cannonball. With a boom, he crashed into a tree and even broke the tree in half. At this moment, the soldiers of the 2nd Starland Regiment were also a little dumbfounded. They were the guardians of the night tonight, and after discovering the traces of the savages, they reported it to their superiors. In the military, one could not hide behind the stove and would have to report it to their superiors. However, when they reported the situation to their commander, Xianyuan Hengyu, they discovered that Commander Luan was already standing at the edge of the rainforest. Besides, Commander Luan immediately ordered not to disturb the resting soldiers. After the soldiers passed second last message to their commander, Xianyuan Hengyu led a few soldiers there to support second last. In fact, the Starland army had already been on a mission in the rainforest for more than a week, and they had seen all kinds of insects, snakes, rats, beasts, and strange plants. Today was their first time seeing intelligent creatures, but they didn't expect to encounter such a strange scene. Second last didn't request for a one-on-one battle, but the Amazonian savages. Besides, they pointed at second last's nose and asked her to accept the challenge. Xianyuan Hengyu was actually very hurt. He was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall, and second last seemed slender and graceful. However, the Amazonian savages seemed to be very knowledgeable and chose the strongest one. The huge savage was like a bodybuilder who flexed his biceps and yelled loudly, Yen percent hashtag. A male savage immediately scurried over and knelt in the middle of the open space. Second last raised her eyebrows slightly, unsure of what he wanted to do. She only accepted the challenge because of the other party's challenge. Second last's thoughts were simple. The soldiers were exhausted, and it was rare for them to rest in the village. Hence, it would be best not to disturb them. Besides, there probably wouldn't be a need for a large-scale battle against intelligent creatures. As long as they used some tricks, they would be able to achieve the effect of conquering the star beasts. Besides, she didn't intend to kill all the Amazonian savages. Judging from the situation of the mission in the past week, there were very few Amazonian savages, and there was no need to kill them all. The Starlin army just had to get rid of the snakes, rats, ants, beasts, and strange plants in large quantities so that they wouldn't overrun the place. In fact, the existence of the savages could actually help the humans get rid of the beasts. Hence, Second Last just wanted to drive them into the rainforest so that they wouldn't disturb the small village behind them. The small village had long been abandoned, but it was now the place where the Starlin army was stationed. According to the rules of the Brazilian Federation, the Starlin army could camp in the wilderness or live in the abandoned village. In fact, the Starlin army had never even entered a real town since the start of the mission. Instead, they had been wandering in the Amazon River basin in the north of the Brazilian Federation. The local army would deliver supplies at a fixed time, which was rather frustrating. However, that was good too. Before carrying out the mission in the Brazilian Federation, Tengu was most worried that the Starlin army would get involved in the internal affairs of the Brazilian Federation. However, given the way they were carrying out the mission, the Starlin army wouldn't have any interaction with the society of the Brazilian Federation at all. They were only facing the star beasts. That would be even more beautiful. The savage who was kneeling on the ground should have been used as a table. The majestic savage walked to the table, knelt down, and placed his elbows on the table before looking at Second Last. Second Last was speechless. What do you mean? Arm wrestling? Second Last thought about it for a while and strode towards him. However, the savage was kneeling on the ground, while Second Last was standing. Second Last's slender hand was grabbed by the savage's large and rough palm. Both of them exerted force at the same time. Ah! The burly savage yelled angrily and exerted all his strength, causing his tanned face to turn dark and red. He tried his best, but he couldn't avoid the fact that his palm was being pressed down inch by inch. Bang! Second Last pressed the savage's hand down forcefully and slammed it on the table. However, the so-called table was actually a savage as well. Under the tremendous force, the savage who was kneeling on the ground was directly smacked to the ground. All of a sudden, there was silence in the arena. Unlike the barbarian who was squatting on the ground, the barbarian was not as strong as Second Last, and all the other barbarians were mocking her. When the barbarian failed to wrestle, the entire place was filled with silence. Second Last also realized that the guy in front of her was probably the leader of the savages who was extremely influential in the clan, or perhaps the best warrior of the savages. Ah! A woman shrieked. Immediately afterwards, the warrior and the table in front of Second Last scurried away, seemingly too ashamed to return to their families. Instead, they fled to the other side of the rainforest. A female savage walked out of the torches with a spear in her hand. She shrieked at Second Last, "Yin #%#." At the next moment, a javelin flew out of the torches and headed straight for Second Last. However, it wasn't aimed at Second Last, but was instead thrown at her vertically. Second Last reached out to catch the spear and couldn't help but frown slightly. The female savage panted heavily and strode towards Second Last. Even Second Last could only look at the middle of the female savage's thighs. The difference between the two species was really too much. As a warrior and a fighter, Second Last always admired those with excellent physical conditions. Unfortunately, there were very few bodies in the human camp that Second Last could admire. Perhaps she would only be able to encounter some bodies that made Second Last a little envious among the alien species. The female savage swung her broom and pointed the spear at Second Last's nose. "Yin #at." Second Last held onto the spear in her hand and thought, "Are we going to compete in terms of strength? How long do we have to compete? I'm here to drive you into the rainforest, not to compete with you in the arena, huh?" Second Last suddenly turned around and looked at the rainforest to the side. Everyone followed Second Last's gaze and looked over too. Jiangshao was a little dumbfounded too. As soon as he arrived, he saw a female savage pointing a spear at Second Last's nose. What the heck? Is this the end of the world? Second Last actually tolerated that scene? What's going on? Hurry up and return Second Last to me. Shoo! Second Last whistled and gestured in the direction of the rainforest. Jiang Shao darted over with a dumbfounded expression. Second Last stuffed the spear into Jiang Zhao's arms and said, "Defeat her." Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought to himself, "I've just arrived and I've already been caught." He tried his best to look up and saw the female savage looking down at him. At this moment, there was only one thought in Jiang Zhao's mind. This chick is actually comparable to Xiao Wucha. Is it true? She's so ugly. Wretch! Jiang Shao held onto the spear with one hand and lowered his head to retch. He wasn't affected by star power. When he arrived, Jiang Shao had already turned off his star power abundance. He was simply stunned by the beauty in front of him. Logically speaking, Jiang Shao wouldn't be in such a terrible state. After all, he had seen the ugliest ones before. However, it might be because he had gotten used to retching recently, and there were some side effects. Although they didn't speak the same language, he could understand her behavior. The female savage stomped her feet in anger. Why? Second Last. Commander Luan. Jiang Shao held onto the spear that was as tall as two men and used it as a crutch as he moved to the side. Huh? Second Last turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao said, "Yes, don't move. Keep your face facing me and let me wash my eyes." Second Last was speechless. Whoosh! Jiang Shao and Second Last tilted their heads, and a spear brushed past their ears. Jiang Shao asked, "It's the middle of the night. Why are you fighting with these savages?" Second Last retreated and said, "This species is rare. I plan to drive them into the rainforest." Oh! While speaking, Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand and opened a teleportation portal behind him. The female savage flew into a rage and tried to stab the back of Jiang Zhao's head again after failing to stab him with her spear. It seemed that the Amazonian savages didn't know any advanced skills. She only knew how to stab and didn't even know how to sweep. The spear was stabbed into the teleportation portal behind Jiang Shao. At the same time, a teleportation portal was opened behind the female savage. In the teleportation portal that was opened diagonally, a spear shot out diagonally and stabbed the female savage's buttocks. "Awoo!" The female savage shrieked. She let out a sound that didn't belong to a human at all and was similar to that of an ape ghoul. The sharp tip of the spear pierced her left buttocks, and the female savage leaped up. She darted 5 to 6 meters away. It was confirmed. The Amazonian savages were indeed related to the ape ghouls. She was obviously a monkey. Xianyuan Hengyu couldn't help but grimace and cover his face with one hand. "Oh!" I Ching-chan exclaimed and subconsciously covered his buttocks with both hands. Chapter 1248. Since Jiang Shao had come to the Amazon rainforest, there is another direction to the story. The Xinglin army captured some savages and threw them into Jiang Zhao's calamity world, after which they chased the rest of the savages into the rainforest. After all, the savages there had the same function as the Xinglin army, killing insects, snakes, rats, beasts, and plants. Without the savages, the situation in the Brazilian Federation would be even worse. Hence, Jiang Shao did not capture all of the savages. The Xinglin army continued to keep watch at night, while Xianyuan Hengyu and I Ching-chan went back to rest under Second Last's orders. Second Last brought Jiang Shao into her ruins of calamity. There, Jiang Shao saw a man who was on the verge of death. Jiang Shao didn't think it was too much for a ferocious and evil person like Hua Xing to be in such a miserable state. Jiang Shao stepped forward and looked at the prisoner who was curled up on the ground with his hands behind his back. He asked, "What realm is he in?" Second Last said, "The middle stage of the Starry Sky realm." Jiang Shao nodded and looked at the motionless prisoner who was curled up on the ground in front of him. He didn't seem to have sensed anyone approaching and didn't react at all. He didn't resist or beg for mercy. There was nothing at all. His eyes were empty as he stared at the ground in a daze, like a broken toy. Jiang Shao squatted in front of the star shield and poked his face with his finger. Looking at the star shield's dull expression and stiff body, Jiang Shao couldn't help but grimace. TSK. What does it mean to be utterly disheartened? There wasn't even any despair or desire to beg for mercy. It seemed that Second Last had long crushed the prisoner's hope. Jiang Shao even felt that he didn't need to use his sea-devouring soul star map to seize his body. Even if he released the shield now, he would still be able to listen to Second Last's orders and join the Xinglin army. Jiang Shao took 2 steps back, and a Star Warrior star map lit up in front of his chest. He picked up the thick book and flipped through the pages while saying, "Prince Bino of the Sima Kingdom called me just now. He hopes that I can help them appease the anger of the wave chasers." Second Last looked at Jiang Shao, who was flipping through the book, and nodded softly. Jiang Shao continued, "I'm going to give this to the wave-chasing clan. What do you think? You've obtained all the information on him, right?" Second Last said, "Okay." Finally, the astral transformation shield had a reaction. He raised his eyes in shock and looked at Jiang Shao, who was a few steps away. The shield opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. He's one of the members of the wave-chasing clan who participated in the enslavement and massacre. You found him a good home. Jiang Shao shrugged and stopped flipping the book. He tapped his finger on the page and said, "There's always a perpetrator for every injustice." Jiang Shao then nodded at the shield with a smile and said, "Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. Of course, you also know that you are in the middle stage of the Starry Sky realm, so it is very difficult to kill you. I will weaken your strength and try to drag you back to the Starry Sky realm to make your death easier." Second Last was speechless. Gulp. The astral shield's Adam's apple squirmed as it swallowed its saliva and looked at Jiang Shao in disbelief. Jiang Shao sighed and lowered his head to look at Star Warrior Era with a pitiful expression. "You're welcome. This is what I should do. To be honest, if it weren't for the astral transformation shield, I would have been a happy fool. Your existence completed my Star Warrior career. Thank you." In Second Last's vision, a series of mysterious and strange star power words and symbols floated out of the book in Jiang Zhao's hand and drifted towards the star transformation shield. They then surrounded his curled-up body and circled around him. In Jiang Zhao's vision, there was a human structure diagram that overlapped with the body of the astral transformation shield that was curled up on the ground. They were constantly adjusting and finally fitting together. A special line of star power lit up in the body of the astral transformation shield and swam slowly like a small snake, forming a strange path in the meridians of the astral transformation shield's body. The astral transformation shield's face turned pale and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He subconsciously struggled. Second Last's eyes narrowed, and she said, "Do you need me to restrain him?" Under normal circumstances, Second Last would have already attacked, but Jiang Zhao's astral transformation shield was too strange. Hence, Second Last did not barge into the star power symbols. "No, he doesn't have the ability to resist," Jiang Shao said with some difficulty. As he spoke, the astral shield had already crawled up. Under extreme chaos, the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages made him try to stay away from the enemy. He tried to crawl away from the enemy, but his movements were very stiff and seemed particularly strenuous. Plop! The astral transformation shield fell to the ground, looking extremely weak. Due to the fact that his hands were shackled behind his back by the star power handcuffs, his head hit the ground hard. The astral transformation shield panted heavily, and cold sweat kept flowing. His face was close to the cold ground, and his eyes were filled with fear. Coupled with his almost distorted face, it was a little scary to look at. The entire process lasted for about 3 minutes. Kacha! Second Last saw that the text symbols surrounding the astral transformation shield had shattered, and the sound of it was similar to the sound of a mirror being smashed. She hurriedly flashed and stood behind Jiang Shao, holding on to his body that was falling backward. She frowned slightly and looked at the embarrassed Jiang Shao in her arms. I'm fine. I'm fine. Jiang Shao slowly sat on the ground with second last's help, feeling groggy. After all, it's also a type of astral transformation shield. It's too exhausting. After confirming that Jiang Shao had sat steadily, second last stood up and turned to look at the astral transformation shield, who was kneeling on the ground in a strange posture with his buttocks facing the sky. She strode over and kicked the astral transformation shield's buttocks. Wake up. However, the person under her feet did not react at all. Second last kicked the astral transformation shield warrior to the ground and then froze in shock. The astral shield warrior, who was lying on his back on the ground, had his eyes wide open, making people worry that his bulging eyeballs would pop out. His face was distorted with fear, as if he'd been scared to death after suffering an extreme shock. However, he was not really dead. Second last could sense the faint breathing of the astral transformation shield warrior. Second last squatted down, unlocked the star power handcuffs, and hung them behind her waist. Looking at the motionless person under her, she waved her hand and a gust of cold wind blew out. The cold wind, mixed with bits of frost and snow, blew on the face of the shield bearer, causing him to shiver from the cold. Finally, he had a slight reaction. Second last said, "Star power." Gulp. The astral transformation shield warrior swallowed his saliva again and crawled backward frantically with his hands and feet. Jiang Shao, who was not far away, said, "He should be in the late starry sea stage." Second last asked, "Huh?" The book in Jiang Zhao's hand had already disappeared, and he leaned back slightly while supporting himself with his hands on the ground. He said, "When I was transforming his body, I gained a comprehensive understanding of him. If I'm not mistaken, he should be in the late starry sea stage now." Second last held her breath and was shocked. A star warrior in the middle of the starry sky stage. His star power realm has been stripped, his physical fitness has been reduced, and his growth potential has been weakened. He has been forcefully dragged back to the late starry sea stage. In just 3 minutes, a person's efforts for more than 10 years were wiped out. No, it might even wipe out a star warrior's lifetime of hard work. If Jiang Shao could really reduce the potential of a star warrior, he would probably be stuck at this level for the rest of his life. Turning stars into martial arts in the Star Warrior era would be a devastating blow to any Star Warrior. When Second Last heard that Jiang Shao had come up with a new usage of the Star Warrior era, she was happy for Jiang Shao. When she understood the effects of the Star Warrior era, Second Last was a little skeptical. At this moment, when the truth was laid out in front of her, her shock was indescribable. Second Last was a little flustered. She stepped forward and picked up the astral transformation shield warrior, who was fleeing in a panic. She said in a deep voice, "I'm asking you about your star power realm." After a full 10 minutes, the astral transformation shield warrior finally regained some clarity, or rather, he finally regained some composure and began experimenting according to Second Last's request. The conclusion was the same as Jiang Zhao's. The late starry sea stage. After confirming it again and again, Second Last handcuffed the shield warrior with star power and threw him aside before turning to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's eyes were a little dazed, and he was clearly trying to stay awake while waiting for the shield warrior to verify his statement. Jiang Shao grinned when he saw the look in Second Last's eyes. Second Last flashed towards Jiang Shao, squatted down, and looked at him with a solemn expression. "Don't reveal the effects of the Star Warrior era to anyone. You'll become the public enemy of all the Star Warriors in the world." "I know." Jiang Shao loosened his grip and simply lay on the ground. "I'm the public enemy of the world anyway," Second Last said. "Being stronger than the Star Warriors in the world is different from being able to deprive the Star Warriors of their strength and potential and completely destroy their career. You're the public enemy of the world on 2 different levels. People can't tolerate the former, but you're strong and you have the backing of China. Well, you've been doing all this while it's beneficial to the planet, so the Star Warriors in the world have no choice but to tolerate it. But the latter, I understand. Jiang Shao said in a daze, as if he was about to fall asleep. "Can't you stand me?" If you make a move now, you can easily kill me, the scourge of the Star Warrior world. Upon hearing his words, Second Last wanted to slap him, but when she saw that he was gradually falling asleep, she thought about it and held back. Forget it. I'd better not disturb his sleep. Second Last carried Jiang Shao and walked towards her resting area before placing him on the bed. However, she didn't leave and instead sat by the bed, listening to Jiang Zhao's even breathing. He was really asleep. She could tell that the Star Warrior era had taken a lot of energy out of him. Second Last looked at Jiang Zhao's exhausted face and reached out to rub his head. The Star Warrior rookie who fought with the white ghouls in the snowfield in the past had already grown to such an extent. The white ghouls might not know yet, but they almost saved the Star Warrior world back then. There should always be an upper limit to one's growth. However, the toxic healer with 9-star slots seemed to have no upper limit. Second Last didn't even know where his limit was. Every once in a while, he would stand in front of her in a more powerful manner. Second Last was simply glad that she had saved him from the collapsed stone prison in the snowfield. To Second Last, that was the beginning of the story. So, what would the ending of the story be? The catastrophe of the fusion of Earth and the alien ball was a disaster to the world, but to Jiang Shao, it was another level of protection. However, there would always be a day when the crisis would be over. When that time came, what should he do? Second Last understood Jiang Shao and knew what kind of person he was. So, disappearing from the eyes of humans was likely to be the final outcome. Sometimes, she didn't even know if she should let Jiang Shao stop there or continue to grow at such a speed. However, even if Jiang Zhao's strength stopped there, would he really be able to change the outcome? Even with Jiang Zhao's current situation, the answer was obvious. No. Second Last knew, and was also very sure of what Jiang Shao should do. He should resolutely continue on this path. He should continue to grow unbridled and barbarically. He wanted to become a revered Star Warrior and make everyone hide their hostility in the depths of their hearts when facing him. As a Star Advent, she would still conscientiously complete every mission and help the people of the world survive this crisis. It was impossible for her to leave her position. This was her star. This was her tail feather. This was her life. At the same time, she might have to cherish the remaining time of the catastrophe as much as possible. Because in the future, Jiang Shao might also start new life. It seemed that there was no need to be so pessimistic. Where could he go? It was nothing more than his calamity world. At the thought of this, Second Last sighed deeply. In a quiet corner of the ruins of the calamity world where the starry sky was dim, there was no one around. Her stiff face softened a lot, and the cold aura around her also dissipated a little. The hoarse voice spoke to a sleeping person. If we don't die tomorrow, this will be the end. It seems acceptable. The tomorrow she was referring to was obviously not the next day. As a Star Warrior, the tomorrow referred to every day that she carried out her mission in this world. At this moment, the tomorrow that she was referring to should be referring to the period of time during the catastrophe. It was better to leave in such a manner than to be alone. After all, the old captain could only live in her heart. Being alone in the darkness seemed to have made her more emotional. Huh, Second Last chuckled, feeling that her thoughts were a little ridiculous. He hadn't left yet, and he was even within reach of her, but she had already begun to miss him. Climax. Chapter 1249. The next morning, when Jiang Shao woke up in a daze, he saw a familiar figure in front of him. Jiang Shao blinked hard to make sure that he wasn't hallucinating. The big cat was sitting on the edge of the bed and staring at him silently. Jiang Shao asked cautiously, what happened? Second Last shook her head. Although she hadn't slept for the entire night, she didn't seem any different from usual due to her strong physique. Jiang Shao propped himself up and retreated a little before leaning against the headboard of the bed. He then looked around and realized that he was in Second Last's scourge ruins. However, he was surrounded by a dim starry sky, and he had no idea what time it was. Second Last said, I'm done. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned for a moment before he answered. Okay, it's okay. I've rested. If you don't have anything else, I'll take that star transformation shield to feed the fishes. Second Last nodded and said, Okay, I'll go with you. Huh? Has the mission ended? Jiang Shao looked at Second Last curiously. Second Last said, The way we carried out the mission was different from what we expected. The Star Arrival Army is not allowed to enter the city. Apart from receiving supplies from the Star Arrival Army, they won't come into contact with any forces in the Star Arrival Army. I don't have to stay here anymore. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, Oh, okay. Go and inform them. I'll take you back to the Star Arrival courtyard. Second Last turned around and looked into the distance before nodding and getting up. Jiang Shao looked over too, but he couldn't sense anything and could only see darkness. He reckoned that Second Last was probably observing the state of the Star Transformation Shield. After the two of them walked out of the Scourge ruins, Second Last summoned Xinyuan Hengyu and Yi Qingchen. After giving them some instructions, she left the Heavenly Hound behind to help, and then followed Jiang Shao back to the Star Arrival courtyard. It was 11 p.m. in the Star Arrival courtyard, but it was 10 p.m. in the capital. Jiang Zhao's condition was still all right, but as soon as he saw the dark night, he felt like sleeping again. Of course, he couldn't sleep because there were at least 5 pages in the third section of Star Warriors that he hadn't figured out yet. Jiang Shao returned to his office building with Second Last. As soon as he returned, he saw the other Jiang Shao, Jiang Kelly, playing with his mobile phone behind his desk. Jiang Shao plopped down on the sofa and said, I picked up the call in the morning. Prince Bino said that he would send an application to the World United Star Warriors Association in the name of the West Horse Kingdom. He wants us, the Star Army of China, to solve the problem. I reckon it'll take a while for the process to go through. Okay. Second Last nodded. All right. Jiang Shao, who was behind the desk, suddenly said, On the 11th, Capital Star Warriors asked me to go back to attend the graduation ceremony. Second Last had always been negative about Jiang Zhao's university life. She had always felt that Jiang Shao was wasting his time in university. However, to Jiang Zhao's surprise, Second Last said, Go ahead, don't leave any regrets behind. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and thought, Logically speaking, I don't have to say goodbye to my student life. The principal of Capital Star Warrior University was one of them. Should he reserve a postgraduate spot for Capital Star Warrior University? Given Jiang Zhao's current situation, he definitely didn't need to flatter himself. However, his identity as a student was a good shield. It could always remind everyone that Jiang Shao was only a 20-year-old student. That way, even if Jiang Shao did something slightly out of line, he would still be able to make up for it. Jiang Shao was also a senior general of the Star Army. Given the current international situation, it was impossible for Jiang Shao to work in institutions such as the Star Beast Research Institute. He didn't have that much energy either. However, with Jiang Zhao's understanding of the Star Warriors world and what he had seen and heard on Earth, he should be the most qualified to express his views and let the world have a deeper understanding of all aspects of star studies. If, as a postgraduate student of Capital Star Warrior University, he could publish some papers regularly and talk about his own understanding of the world, as well as his understanding of the high-level star beasts. Would that be a meaningful job? In the future, if Jiang Shao were to retire and become a scholar in the Capital Star Warriors University, it would seem to be a good choice too, wouldn't it? Everyone had different thoughts. After all, they had different perspectives when considering problems. Jiang Shao really didn't know that Second Last was thinking about the same thing that he was thinking about. Not only did she think about it, but she also thought about it for the entire night. The conclusion that she came to was completely different from the future that Jiang Shao had imagined. The conclusions that Second Last and Jiang Shao came to were supported by sufficient evidence. As for the final outcome, only time would tell them. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao said, By the way, do you want to take a shower? Ming Er Wei was stunned. He subconsciously raised his arm and sniffed it. How could a person who came out of tropical rainforest smell good? Jiang Shao was the only one who dared to say that and despised Second Last so blatantly. If it were someone else, they would definitely put up with it. Now that you've completed your mission, go ahead and wash up. Jiang Shao chuckled and continued. Also, do you even need to lift your arms to smell it? Won't you be able to smell the entire building if you move your nose? Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly and disappeared without a trace. Jiang Shao opened the door of the Calamity World and went in to continue studying Star Warrior era. Jiang Kelly, who was behind the desk, continued to fiddle with his mobile phone. Damn it, should I create a Smuff account? My main account is a little too famous now. I have to watch my words and not scold others. If the Toxic Mill Powder fans knew what Jiang Shao was thinking at this moment, they would probably scold him to death. Look at the Weibo posts that you've posted in the past 2 days. However, Jiang Kelly, who had transformed into Jiang Shao, felt that something was amiss after playing for a short while. Just like second last, Jiang Kelly had a strong sense of perception. Hence, she could definitely hear the sound of the shower. Second last did not flash back to her own office apartment. Instead, she went to Jiang Zhao's bedroom and bathroom. Jiang Shao was stunned for a while. What's going on? Second last, is she trying to use my shower gel and shampoo? He couldn't help but ask, do you have a change of clothes? I'll get someone to get it for you. Second last said with the sound of the shower, there's some in the space. I've already taken them out. Jiang Shao said, oh. Second last asked, is there any news about the remnants of the planet? Jiang Shao asked with a peculiar expression. Are you sure you want to discuss work with me in this state? Second last said, yes. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, our strategy is right. We've made planet conversion fall into the sea of people. People in Europe have already begun to report the whereabouts of the members of planet conversion. However, whether it's true or not has yet to be verified. I've already sent someone to investigate. Second last frowned slightly and said, tell the soldiers of the 1st Regiment to be careful and not to act rashly. The Xinglin army is not good at fighting in small teams. There were 3 teams in the Xinglin army. The 2nd team was in the Amazon, while the 3rd team was in the Sahara Desert. Naturally, second last thought that Jiang Shao had sent the soldiers of the 1st team. No, I didn't let them go. They're all Chinese soldiers. If they're exposed, it won't be good. I sent someone else, Jiang Shao said. Second last's voice sounded a little different. She understood Jiang Shao and the people around him. He seemed to have no one he could use now. Did he send a mecha to Europe to investigate? If it was a mecha, there wouldn't be a problem of sending. Jiang Shao would have to go there personally. That wouldn't make sense. Jiang Shao said, you've forgotten that I have a secret team. He then pointed at his wrist. Under the disguise, Jiang Zhao's wrist was normal, but for Jiang Kelly, there was a tattoo of a fairy flower on her wrist. Oh. Second last understood what Jiang Shao meant. She opened the bathroom door and put on a bathrobe. She then grabbed the towel hanging at the side and dried her hair while opening the door of the Scourge Ruins. Jiang Shao frantically said, hey, there's an outsider in your space. Second last stopped in her tracks and said, he doesn't dare to look. Besides, he's going to die soon. Jiang Shao hurriedly got up and walked out of the office before walking towards his apartment. While walking, he said, I mean, it's dangerous. He's in the star transformation stage, after all, and he's even in the late starry sea stage. I won't say anything if you go in to cultivate, but you're clearly going in to rest. What if something happens to him in his sleep? You don't even have a defensive star technique. He can stab you to death. In the foggy bathroom, second last rubbed her wet hair with a towel and said, I have gold-quality endurance, and I'm a light sleeper. Jiang Shao stood in front of the bathroom and said, if you don't want anyone to disturb you, go to my space first. There's no one there. Second last said, the space in your body is the Hailing Sanctuary. Jiang Shao said, yeah. Second last said, the concentration of star power is too low. Jiang Shao was about to go crazy. Go sleep in the villa then. The concentration is higher there. Kacha. Second last opened the door of the bathroom and looked at Jiang Shao with a smirk. Jiang Shao said helplessly, go. I'll open the door for you in my office. As he said that, second last figure flashed and disappeared. In the office, second last strode into the door of the Scourge ruins. She realized that she had arrived on the platform on the third floor of the stone villa with a starry sky above her head. Beside her, there was a man sitting on a rocking chair with a thick book in his hands. A large amount of astral power was gathering around him. Ugh! Jiang Shao tilted his head and retched while waving his hand. Go and rest. Second last said, the concentration of star power around you is higher. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and said, but the concentration is a little too high. It's not suitable for sleeping. You might suffocate to death. Second last was speechless. Jiang Shao thought about it and summoned the humming whale. Hum! The ethereal and beautiful cry of a whale echoed in the night sky. Together with the rocking chair, Jiang Shao flashed towards the spacious back of the humming whale with second last. Here! Jiang Shao stood up and gestured to the rocking chair. Jiang Shao then sat on the soft back of the humming whale and stroked its skin. Fly slowly and steadily. She wants to sleep. Buzz, second last, looked at the young man who was reading with his head lowered. All of a sudden, her gaze was filled with a gentleness that she had never seen before. After standing there silently for a while, she lay on the rocking chair and slowly closed her eyes. The rich star power gathered in Jiang Zhao's body frantically. The big fish swam slowly under the bright starry sky, and the night breeze blew gently. The surrounding star power was no longer as suffocating as before. The rocking chair swayed back and forth gently, and after a while, she fell asleep. Chapter 1250. In the early morning, Jiang Shao, who was sitting on the back of the big fish and reading seriously, suddenly raised his head. Immediately afterwards, he looked at second last, who was sleeping soundly. Almost at the same time, second last opened her eyes and stared at Jiang Shao with a tense body. Seeing this scene, Jiang Shao couldn't help but be astonished. She's too sensitive. You're behaving like this even when I'm by your side. If it were someone else, you would probably crush me. An image suddenly appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. One morning, when second last woke up, she forgot that it was her wedding the night before and suddenly realized that someone was sleeping beside her. She then slapped him. Since then, she began a happy life as a widow. TSK. Jiang Shao stroked his chin and thought, come to think of it, I should be her best partner. After seeing that it was Jiang Shao, second last clearly felt relieved. She tilted her head to the side and stretched her body. What's the matter? He could tell that she was having a good sleep. Jiang Shao said, I found 2-star conversion members. Second last's eyes glistened and she asked, Huh? Jiang Shao crushed the Star Warrior era into a pile of star power and thought about it for a while before disappearing without a trace. Second last sat up on the rocking chair and looked around, only to realize that she was high in the sky and there was a marshmallow cloud on her left. When she woke up, she saw the big fish shuttling through the clouds, but she had no idea where it was. Second last said softly, Thank you for your hard work. Buzz, the humming whale, let out a melodious groan that was filled with a hint of relief, which was transmitted into second last's mind. Second last was clearly stunned. Why is it comforting me? In everyone's eyes, I'm just a cold and hard rock. But why would the humming whale do that? Second last stood up and stepped on the back of the humming whale, feeling that the big fish had entered a cloud and the mist was drifting around her body. She said in a hoarse voice. Before she could finish her sentence, she stopped abruptly. Jiang Shao had returned with 2 circle masks. He handed one of them to second last and said, Here. Second last frowned slightly and grabbed the stone circle mask. Of course, she had seen it before. Many people had worn it before, such as Jiang Zhao's Mecha and 3 last. Jiang Shao said, After we find the star conversion members in a while, I'll use the old star conversion to communicate with them and try to ask them about the whereabouts of the other star conversion members. But don't get your hopes up. After all, I've only met Old Washing for a short time, so I might not be able to imitate him very well. Second last put on Jiang Zhao's unique hoop mask and said in a hoarse voice, Don't worry. If you can't get anything out of him, Just tie him up and leave him to me. Yeah, that's true. Jiang Shao looked at Second Last with a peculiar expression. It was because Second Last was wearing a white bathrobe at this moment. Jiang Shao felt a little strange that she was wearing a battle mask. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao squatted down and stroked the soft back of the humming whale. You've worked hard, Buzz. The big fish turned into a pile of star power that surged into Jiang Zhao's chest. Jiang Shao and Second Last fell freely from the sky, but they were not purified at all. Second Last even reached out to grab the rocking chair. After falling for a few seconds, a large amount of star power finally surged into Jiang Zhao's body, and he disappeared with Second Last. When they arrived at the bedroom of Three Last and Second Last, Jiang Shao said, "Don't wear your military uniform. Don't cause unnecessary trouble." Okay. Second Last put down the rocking chair and strode towards the wardrobe. 3 minutes later, Jiang Shao walked out of the space portal with the Sea Devourer, Second Last, who was wearing a crimson trench coat, and Hua Xing and his wife. After another flash, the 4 masked men arrived outside a rural town in the southwest of the kingdom of the unsetting sun. The rural town of human society was surrounded by huge trees and forests. Even in the villages, there were trees everywhere, which were ingeniously integrated with the buildings of human society. Jiang Shao looked around and found a small imprint of an immortal flower on a tree through the old man's perception. Following the direction of the immortal flower mark, the 4 of them walked for less than 100 meters in the forest before seeing an average-looking Caucasian man. The man was in disguise, but Jiang Shao knew who he was. Wang Shiliang, that precious island dog. Wang Shiliang discovered that the strange group of 4 was exactly the same as the one described by his master, Jiang Kelly, over the phone. He said respectfully, "Sir, madam." Clearly, Wang Shiliang had already recognized who the leader of the team was. After all, Jiang Kelly had just described it to him a few minutes ago. Jiang Shao nodded and asked in fluent Korean, "Where are they?" A precious island dog star map slowly appeared in front of Wang Shiliang's chest. He sniffed and pointed in the southwest direction. They're in the white and brown stone house on the west side of the town. As they moved forward, Aging Star, who had the strongest senses, was the first to sense everything in the stone house in the town. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the other party was actually having a party. In his senses, the young man was even an acquaintance. He was one of the young couple that Jiang Shao met at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. Taking 2 more steps forward, sure enough, the young celestial transformation realm girl holding a wine glass and talking intimately with another girl also entered his perception range. The young college students from the kingdom of Kuma. Where do they find 1, 2, 6 girls? Jiang Shao sighed softly. Second Last asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks and pursed his lips. I reckon that young man must have been bored out of his mind and missed the social activities of human society too much. He actually hid here to have a party. I don't know where they abducted these young and beautiful girls from, but they're all hot and sexy. Look at how frightened they are. I reckon they've already recognized that this young couple is an international fugitive. While Jiang Shao spoke, the Hua Xing couple flashed away. Wang Shiliang understood that Jiang Shao was speaking in Chinese. Although he did not understand what it meant, he knew which country's language it was. However, Wang Shiliang was very tactful and did not ask anything. He was very clear about his position. The master said that she was attached to a person. So, how strong was this person? In the small house, the young man on the horse was hugging women on both sides. The girl in his arms was also playing along. She was not stingy with her enthusiasm and smile, trying hard to hide the fear in her heart. In the living room, accompanied by light music, a few girls danced their bodies. The scene was abnormally hot. However, on the other side, the Hua Xing girl from the Kuma kingdom seemed to have a little accident. She was obviously seducing a girl with excellent looks. But this girl, it was unknown whether it was out of disgust or fear, but she was very resistant to the Hua Xing girl's actions. Her eyes were evasive and her body was extremely stiff. Although the girl did not dare to make any moves to refuse, the rejection from the bottom of her heart could be felt by everyone. Finally, the Huaxing girl was unhappy. Her patience seemed to have run out. %yen #yen. The Huaxing girl reprimanded and splashed the wine in her hand on the other party's face. She was speaking in the language of her hometown, which should be Kuma. Ah! The girl whose face was splashed with red wine shrieked and wiped her face. The Huaxing girl grabbed her hair, turned her body around abruptly, and kicked her hard in the back. Bang! The girl was kicked out of the living room and fell into the open kitchen. Swoosh! The sound of cutlery breaking could be heard. She was an ordinary person, yet she was being kicked by a star warrior. Ha ha ha! You have to be gentler. The young man on the horse mocked his companion mercilessly, not caring about her life at all. In fact, he even hugged the prey in his arms and looked at his companion proudly. Hearing this, the Huaxing girl glared at the young man angrily. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a blur in front of her and saw two people dressed in the soul of the sea devourer standing in the middle of the living room. All of a sudden, there was a strange silence in the stone house, and only the cheerful music was still playing. The first reaction of the Huaxing girl was to tense up and get ready to fight or escape. However, her second reaction was to be overjoyed. Although the two of them were wearing strange masks, their physiques. Leader, the young man on the horse was stunned too. A second later, he hurriedly pushed the prey in his arms away and stood up with a trace of joy in his eyes. He then bowed and lowered his head respectfully to the two leaders. The group of ordinary human girls shivered in fear and huddled together, curling up in the corner of the living room, not daring to breathe at all. The aged Star Warrior's voice sounded from behind a mask. Where are the others? The fewer they spoke, the less likely they would expose themselves. That was of course. The young man and woman lowered their heads respectfully. When they heard the familiar voice, they rushed to answer. Leader, after we returned from mission, we found that you and your team, including the other members who were maintaining the city and the star beast guarding the city, were all missing. So we came out to find you. We found the anomaly of the fusion of Earth and the alien sphere. We knew that you might have a new mission, so we sent a few people to find you. The rest took over the work of the previous members and are still repairing the buildings in hope and praying devoutly every day. Star Warrior was speechless. Everyone in Planet Conversion knew that Plato and his team had been defeated by Jiang Shao and the others and had to return in defeat. But for Huaxing's team, in the hearts of the young man and woman from the Huaxing kingdom, there was no such thing as failure. Not only the two of them, but the rest of Huaxing kingdom also did not think that their leader would fail. This was the absolute strength that Huaxing and his wife had displayed over the years. The absolute pressure that they exerted on the members brought them absolute confidence. Moreover, at this moment, Huaxing and his wife were in front of the Huaxing couple. Of course, they thought they knew the result. Jiang Shao was also a little speechless. After killing so many Huaxing members, the members that he didn't meet were still repairing the buildings and praying every day after returning to the underwater city from the mission. But it made sense. After all the Huaxing members that Jiang Shao brought out were all killed by him, and no one told him about it. The only Huaxing member that he met and survived was the old witch, but she was also taken away by Hopkins on the side. Elizabeth opened the space door of the Star Jade Reef. She did not say anything and just pointed at the door. The Huaxing couple did not say anything. They did not even dare to hesitate and walked in. As the space door closed, Elizabeth grinned and said a sentence in pure Chinese. Young people, inexperienced. Jiang Shao thought that it would be a battle of wits and courage. He was even prepared to fail, but in the end, the couple did not even dare to say anything and did whatever they were told to do. Was it because I was too good at acting? Or was it because Huaxing and his wife were too domineering that the Huaxing members became a bunch of loyal servants? They were living and powerful Star Warriors. Yet, they did not dare to show any disrespect or doubt in front of Huaxing and his wife. Whatever Huaxing and his wife asked, They answered, "Whatever Hua Xing and his wife requested, they did. That's all a slave can do, right? Come to think of it, even in the hearts of slaves, there should be at least 7 grievances and 8 resentments, right?" However, the Hua Xing couple, who were full of personalities just now, were as obedient as robots in front of their leader. Hua Xing turned his head and looked at the hot girls who were curled up in the corner of the living room and shivering. He felt a headache coming on. Noticing that Hua Xing was looking at them, the group of girls squeezed back frantically and almost formed a human pyramid. "Wake up. You're humans, not lava ghouls." That scene made Hua Xing want to use the secret code. "Rakani, please?" At the side, Elizabeth waved her right hand, and a huge ray of holy light landed on the girl who had been kicked in the kitchen and was lying in a pool of blood. However, it was a pity that the girl was not saved. The kick from a Nightmare Kingdom girl was obviously to vent her anger and threaten the other girls in the room. She was telling the other girls in the room that this was the result of not cooperating. Hence, the girl from the Ba Ma Kingdom was extremely forceful and crushed the girl's spine. When she kicked her, the ordinary girl was already dead. In the forest, Jiang Shao sighed and said to the Caucasian man that Wang Shiliang had transformed into, "Go to that house and send the girls to the nearest city. Send them directly to the police station and send them there safely." Wang Shiliang said, "Okay." Wang Shiliang then dashed towards the town. Hua Xing and his wife also returned to Jiang Zhao's side. Jiang Shao looked at Second Last and said, "There are still some Hua Xing in the underwater city. Shall we go and arrest them?" Second Last said decisively, "Let's go." Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment and said, "Should we call 3 Last? After all, this mission is very important to me too." Hearing this, Second Last nodded thoughtfully. If the star conversion was gone, it would really be gone. She would probably feel regretful about it. She wasn't the only one. Previously, when they were setting up the tombstone, Hai Tianqing looked extremely regretful and dejected during the campfire in the birch forest. She said call 4th Last along too. "Huh, he is a child, Jiang Shao blinked. Jiang Shao stopped talking. With such a group of experts around, Hai Tianqing's life seemed to be guaranteed. It would be best not to leave any regrets behind. Although Hai Tianqing had regained his composure after setting up the tombstone, it would be tough for a man to carry such regrets for the rest of his life. At most, he would let Jiang Latu, Martha, Hua Xing, Elizabeth, 5 Last, 6 Last, 7 Last, and 8 Last guard Hai Tianqing together. Yes, that's right. This is the world's top lineup. Who else can hurt Father Hai? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao couldn't help but smack his lips. It's clearly Father Hai who's going to protect me. Why do I feel like he's protecting my son? Chapter 12:51. In a private house in the Maple Forest Estate in the middle of the mountain in the capital, Jiang Latu crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe while looking at Hai Tianqing, who was playing with his children in the nursery. He opened his mouth but stopped himself. Being with Hai Tianqing was different from being with Second Last. You don't have to pay attention to your actions. If Second Last were in Jiang Latu's shoes, she would have already reacted and come back to him if there was a slight change in his expression. However, looking at Hai Tianqing now, all his thoughts were on his children, and there was no room for anything else in his eyes. Jiang Latu thought about it and decided to discuss the issue with Hai Tianqing while Fang Xingyun and little Chongyang were not at home. "Teacher Hai, what's the matter, Xiaopi?" Hai Tianqing sat on the carpet and hugged his daughter with one hand while holding a pacifier with the other. He then looked up at Jiang Latu curiously. Jiang Latu said, "There are still 9 members of the Star Organization left. We're preparing to arrest them. Do you want to join us?" Hai Tianqing was slightly stunned. Jiang Latu continued, "Now, there should be 7 members of the Star Organization at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean. The remaining 2 are in the outside world collecting intelligence." Hai Tianqing stared at Jiang Latu in a daze, seemingly unable to think straight. Jiang Latu waved his hand and put on the soul of the Sea Devourer. However, he took off the soul of the Sea Devourer and placed it on his arm. He said, "If you want to participate, put on this cloak. You don't have any underwater survival star techniques. Of course, if you don't want to go, we'll carry out the operation over there. Hai Tianqing finally asked, over there. Jiang Latu said, yeah, second last, third last, eighth last, me, and a group of mechas. In just a few minutes, he had already assembled all the members. Hai Tianqing asked now. Jiang Latu shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah, Teacher Fong hasn't gotten off work yet, and little Chongyang hasn't finished class either. You can even come back to make lunch for them. Okay. Without hesitation, Hai Tianqing placed his daughter on the carpet and said, help me look after the child for a while. Jiang Lata nodded. No problem. As he spoke, he extended his hand and handed the sea-devouring soul to Hai Tianqing. The pitch-black cloak followed its owner's will and unfurled in midair, draping over Hai Tianqing's body. Hai Tianqing adjusted his clothes and looked down at the two cute little guys. They were blinking their big eyes and looking up at their father curiously, as if they wanted their father to play with them. Ning Ning, I'll be back in a minute. Hai Tianqing squatted down, stretched out his fingers, and gently pinched the faces of the two little guys. Hai Tianqing was brought to a forest by Jiang Shao. In front of him was a group of familiar faces. In fact, Jiang Zhao's existence had erased most of the emotions of parting. When you have a companion who can flash across the world in an instant, what's the point of parting? It was even more so for Jiang Shao. Xia Yan is in the capital? Gu Shi and little Jiangxue were in the Sahara Desert? Second last is in Brazil? No, they were actually all beside Jiang Shao. Okay, pay attention. We'll flash into the bottom of the sea. Jiang Shao reminded them while looking at them. Most of the people and mechas present were wearing black cloaks. Second last was the only one who was wearing a crimson trench coat. Three last was wearing a pure white robe. However, both of them had the amphibious sea demon star technique, so they could move freely underwater as they did on land. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and said, use the king-crushing ring immediately. Han Jiangxue nodded. She didn't feel any joy from reuniting with Jiang Shao because Jiang Sun had always been in her shelter in Hailing, and they were together every day. Jiang Shao looked at Three Last again and said, star transformation, don't let anyone escape. Okay, Three Last said in a nasal voice. Jiang Shao stretched his arm out and nudged Hai Tianqing. Be silent. Hai Tianqing nodded and said, okay. Hai Tianqing also realized what the mission was. In name, it was an arrest, but in fact, although everyone was wearing a stone mask, no one deliberately hid the surging murderous intent in their hearts. Arrest? Maybe, Jiang Shao said. Let's go. At the next moment, everyone flashed into the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean and entered the Shrine of Hope City. According to the information provided by the young man with the white horse, 4 of the remaining 11 star transformation members were sent out to search for the leader and the missing people, while the remaining 7 stayed to maintain the city and pray devoutly to the stone statues in the Shrine of Hope. When Jiang Shao and the others arrived at the Shrine of Hope, they saw 3-star transformation members kneeling at the feet of the statues and praying silently under the illumination of the sea soul lamps hanging everywhere. Sensing that someone had arrived, the 3-star transformation members immediately turned around. Jiang Shao controlled the aging star and said, kneel properly. Before the elderly star transformation member finished speaking, Han Jiangxue's king-crushing ring had already been activated, while Hai Tianqing's silence had already ended. Several ink flowers had already bloomed beneath the 3-star transformation members. Sneak attacks and control were all things that could be done in an instant for the highly educated members of Tail Feather. At this moment, Jiang Shao and his mecha seemed to have become useless decorations. The 3-tailed star transformation in the later stages was indeed a little too terrifying without Elizabeth's star transformation white cross. The 3-tailed would be an omnipotent god. At this moment, Elizabeth, the only one who could stop the 3-tailed star transformation white cross, had also become Jiang Zhao's mecha. In this world, it was really difficult to find any Star Warriors who could escape from the three-tailed Star Warriors alive. In fact, Jiang Zhao's brilliance had concealed many problems. Without Jiang Zhao, perhaps the three-tailed Star Transformation member would be the one who couldn't be tolerated in this world. Looking at the three Star Transformation members who were stunned and frozen, the aging star turned to look at the white-robed three-tailed and said, "You've made everything simple." Three-tailed glanced at the aging star and said calmly, "Use your body to talk to me." The aging star was speechless. It's rebelling. It's rebelling. How dare a lowly soldier speak to a leader like that? I know what you're feeling at this moment, but don't want to lose face. Jiang Zhao floated to the side of the three-tailed sea devourer and took off his mask. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Jiang Zhao launched a bubble attack. Didn't you want me to talk to you using my body? Okay, I'll satisfy you. The three-tailed was speechless. She had indeed forgotten that Jiang Zhao couldn't speak at the bottom of the sea. That mentality actually applied to everyone around Jiang Zhao too. Unknowingly, Jiang Zhao had already become an omnipotent person in their hearts. Jiang Zhao put on his mask again and felt much better at the side. Second last had already taken action. She was as agile as a fish in the deep sea and swam to the back of one of the Star Transformation members who was kneeling on the ground. She tore the soul of the sea devourer off the man's body with her left hand and pieced it together with her right hand. The giant blade, from top to bottom, fiercely stabbed down. Ding! The blade of mist shattered, but the Star Transformation member who was restrained remained unscathed. Second last frowned slightly and threw the soul of the sea devourer away. The man in the black cloak quickly stabilized his body, but when faced with the crowd, he clearly hesitated and did not attack the tail feather team. Second last stood behind the man and grabbed his head with both hands before turning it around fiercely. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. However, second last didn't stop. She was still twisting Jiang Liushir's head forcefully. The three-tailed tail also took the opportunity to swim forward and escape from the awkward situation. She did the same as second last and stood behind a female Star Transformation member, tearing the soul of the sea devourer off her body. Immediately afterwards, the three-tailed tail grabbed the head of the female Star Transformation member who was kneeling on the ground and turned it around. Kacha, we're just assistants. There's no need for us to do it ourselves, the aging Star Transformation said as he looked at Hai Tianqing. He was clearly asking for his opinion. Hai Tianqing shook his head and spat out a string of bubbles that floated towards the last Star Transformation member who was kneeling on the ground. No one knew what Hai Tianqing had said, but everyone could understand from his actions. He should be referring to, "No, it's necessary." Kacha, Han Jiangxue reached out and hugged Jiang Zhao's arm. Everyone knew very well that, as a Star Warrior, their hands were all stained with blood without exception. However, when this scene happened to the warm and kind Hai Tianqing, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Hai Tianqing did not feel any pleasure from taking revenge, but rather, he felt a little relieved. The aging Star Transformation turned around and took off his mask. Everyone turned around to look too. A few seconds later, the remaining 4 Star Transformation members in the underwater city swam into the Pantheon. The appearance of the King's Shattering Ring made them think that the members of the organization who had left previously had returned. After all, activating the King's Shattering Ring here was one of the defense systems of Hoppa City. Unfortunately, the few remaining Star Transformation members did not have the King's Shattering Ring star technique. Now that their leader had returned, they naturally had to rush over immediately. As expected, they saw their leader, but why did he kill the members of the organization? Why did he kill his loyal servant? Is this one of the trial tasks? Maybe the members of the organization did not die and were just undergoing a test. The aging Star Transformation member switched to English and gestured to the 4 Star Transformation members. Come here. The Star Transformation members were obviously a little hesitant. No matter how they tried to convince themselves, the scene in front of them was real. Is the leader really killing the members of his own organization? The aging Star Transformation yelled sternly, "Come here." One of the female star transformation members hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she obeyed the order and swam over. However, the remaining 3 male planet members retreated, but they did not move away quickly. Obviously, they wanted to continue observing for a while. At the side, Elizabeth also took off her mask. Her smile was so warm and so kind. She hooked her hand at a few hesitant star conversion members and said, "Children, come here. Come, I'll send you to a good place." Chapter 1252. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, the members of Planet Huaxing were all stunned after hearing Wai Elizabeth's words. Immediately afterwards, they turned around and fled. Wai Elizabeth was dumbfounded. Is my accent wrong? Or did I address her incorrectly? Or is my attitude wrong? Just as Jiang Zhao was secretly thinking about it, Aging Star put together a butterfly knife and dashed towards female Huaxing, who was the closest to them. Female Huaxing, who was fleeing in a panic, had a drastic change in expression. She did not have any intention to attack or resist at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to escape. Aging Star was giving them too much pressure, and the trauma he caused them was too heavy. To be honest, the members of Planet Huaxing would be able to live longer if they resisted and attacked. But escaping, obviously it was impossible. The gods present, such as Han Jiangxue, Three Tails, Martha, and the Planet Huaxing couple, all had sea demon intent. In fact, Second Last had also activated the diamond perception, sea phantom mist. The colorless and invisible water in Jiang Zhao's eyes was a living person in the eyes of the gods. Huaxing was no longer the Huaxing that they used to be. The tail feathers were no longer the tail feathers that they used to be. In the blink of an eye, the extremely fast Aging Star had already caught up with the female member of Planet Huaxing. The phantom butterfly knife in his old hand had already condensed into a physical form, and the damage effect was maxed out. The butterfly knife was flying up and down in Aging Star's hand, frantically tearing at the female member of Planet Huaxing's sea-devouring soul, leaving terrifying scratches on her clothes, body, and beautiful face. Ah! 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 As the female member of Planet Huaxing screamed continuously, blood began to spread in the deep sea, and the scene was extremely cruel. Battle Sword Proficiency, Platinum Quality Level 9. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. I finally advanced. Bait Jiang Wu, Mech Jiang Kelly, Matilda, and many others had trained hard in the parrying blade technique. They were on the verge of breaking through, and they had actually advanced in the old planet. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao quickly threw 1,000 points into the Battle Sword Proficiency. Battle Sword Proficiency, Diamond Quality Level 0. Perfect. At the instant that the fighting sword technique advanced to diamond quality, a large number of combat techniques surged into Jiang Zhao's mind. During the battle, Aging Star pulled out a butterfly knife in his left hand on this side. Aging Star happily used his prey as a target to experiment with his new skills. As for the 3-star conversion members who were fleeing in the distance, they had long been imprisoned. Just as Aging Star charged forward, a gigantic star power word ping appeared. Among them, a male planet member who had transformed into a stream of water was directly smashed out of his body by the star power words. While he was feeling dizzy, 5 iron chains had already wrapped around his body. Han Jiangxue wrapped one hand around Jiang Zhao's arm and extended her other hand forward. She opened her slender fingers abruptly and straightened the metal chain, trapping Jiang Xiao in the deep sea. At the same time, a girl who had been hiding behind the statue in the serene sea mist quietly appeared and blocked the escape route of the 2-star conversion members. Martha didn't start a massacre, but there seemed to be invisible water flowing on the stone hoop mask. Star technique, Sea Soul Face. The sudden deterrence and suppression made the 2-star conversion members who were already panicking and fleeing shiver in fear. At the same time, 2 ink flowers bloomed on the backs of the last 2-star conversion members. Martha floated in the deep sea while her thick brown hair swayed gently with the current. Behind the mask, she pursed her lips slightly and summoned a sword in her hand. Staring at the two people who were frozen in front of her, Martha picked up the sword with her left hand and gently sliced the palm of her right hand. Traces of blood flowed out, and she also applied the even more terrifying star technique, blood frenzy, to her already sharp star's materialization, fighting sword. Just as Martha was about to show off her powerful star warrior aura, she suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. The sharp Martha was well aware of the taste of death. She subconsciously turned into water and fled in a panic. All of a sudden, Martha seemed to have transformed into a member of the star conversion. At the moment when Martha was swimming away, second last dashed over with a sullen expression. Previously, she was like a nimble fish swimming at the bottom of the sea. But at this moment, she was more like a swift and violent shark that was rampaging in the sea. Before she arrived, her aura had already arrived. Be it on land or in the sea, I'll slaughter you like I'm slaughtering chickens and dogs. Second last swung her fist violently while dashing forward. Buzz! Star quality, ghost ship. With a series of roars, a huge, dilapidated specter ship that exuded a strange aura rolled towards the two-star conversion members. It did not only smash the bodies of the star conversion members, but also blasted a hole in the magnificent and exquisite pantheon. Martha dodged to the side and watched helplessly as the huge phantom sea ship swept past her. Her body was also swept up by the waves and spun for a while. Martha quickly stabilized her body and patted her chest with one hand, looking like she had been shocked. She then turned around to look at the menacing second last. She said with a look of displeasure, "Hey, don't crush their bodies. I want to feed them to the fishes." Jiang Xiao was probably the only one who dared to speak to second last like that. Rumble. There was a loud explosion, and Martha turned around in bewilderment. Of course, she knew that three last had arrived beside the star conversion member who was restrained by the 5 soul reaping chains. There were Jiang Zhao's mechas everywhere, and his vision was everywhere. Jiang Xiao also knew what the outcome of the star conversion member would be, and he didn't think of stopping three last at all. However, to his surprise, three last floated to the side of the star conversion member who was restrained by the 5 soul reaping chains and pinched his face with one hand to make him open his mouth. She then pressed her other hand against his mouth. When she pressed her slender hand against the man's mouth, a diamond pearl of desperation appeared in her palm. Jiang Xiao didn't even have time to stop her. He could only hear the violent explosion in his ears. All he saw was a corpse whose head had been completely blown up. "Rebel, rebel, all of you are rebelling. What happened to feeding the fishes? His head has already been blown up. What's the point of leaving a cavity for me? Can the wave-chasing clan recognize this headless corpse?" Speaking of which, Jiang Xiao could still accept such a method of killing the enemy if it were second last, but he was indeed shocked to see it used by three last. Martha immediately looked at second last and said, "Look at the soldiers you've brought. They're so calm and collected. You've led them astray." Second last humped coldly and turned to look at three last. "Don't do it again." Everyone present could tell from her hoarse voice that she was praising her. She didn't seem to be criticizing her at all. In the last battle, Aging Star held the back of female Huaxing's head with one hand and moved his lips to female Huaxing's ear. He comforted her softly. "Shoo, it's okay, child." Thick blood flowed out of female Huaxing's mouth. Her eyes were wide open, and her pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle. She rested her chin on Aging Star's shoulder, and the two of them seemed to be hugging each other tightly. In fact, Aging Star had already pierced female Huaxing's chest with the butterfly knife in one hand. As female Huaxing's pupils dilated, her breath of life finally disappeared, and the hunt finally came to an end. Martha quickly cleaned up the battlefield and made use of the water pressure in the deep sea to open a space door next to the corpse again and again. She also blasted the corpse into her shelter. Aging Star waved his butterfly knife and said, "If you're interested, you can walk around." While speaking, Jiang Xiao had already summoned the humming whale, and a loud whale-like sound drifted in the underwater city. The humming whale clearly had deep feelings for this city. In the past, it had lived here alone and treated this place as its playground. However, the underwater ruins had changed its appearance and were no longer in ruins. Instead, it was a magnificent sight that was visible to the naked eye. Jiang Shao held Han Jiangshue's hand and swam forward quickly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. An image appeared in Han Jiangshue's mind. Let's go treasure hunting. The way the humming whale conveyed the message was very interesting as it sent a picture to Han Jiangshue in black and white. Let's go, Teacher Hai. I'll take you out to play. Martha walked towards Hai Tianqing and grabbed his arm. Hai Tianqing subconsciously broke free. Although he knew that the body belonged to Shrimpy, the female voice was very pleasant and intoxicating, which made him feel a little conflicted. Martha froze for a moment. Chastity as jade. Hai Tianqing? Hurry up and go. How can you be so blind? As Martha spoke, she forcefully dragged Hai Tianqing and swam out of the temple of gods quickly. Second last and third last were the only ones left in the temple of the gods. Jiang Shao had once said that taking revenge was the most worthwhile thing to do. Just now, second last spoke to third last in a rare tone of admiration. There was only one star organization, and such an opportunity was rare. Of course, Jiang Shao was willing to seize any opportunity to repair his relationship with Jiang Shao. Even after everyone left, second last and third last remained silent, seemingly reminiscing about the battle just now. Martha had no idea what they would talk about, but she had something to say to Hai Tianqing. Jiang Shao brought Han Jiangshue and the humming whale to the castle to see the original appearance of the ruined city. As for Martha, she brought Hai Tianqing to the undersea gladiator arena. Feeling better? Martha asked all of a sudden. Hai Tianqing was speechless. Hee. Martha took off her stone mask, turned around, and swam in front of Hai Tianqing. This mission is a good opportunity for you to return to Tail Feathers. Hearing this, Hai Tianqing looked up at the beautiful girl in front of him. Martha shrugged her shoulders and said, Teacher Fong has already returned to the capital to continue working, but you resigned. After the Hai family returned to Earth, there were some changes in their lives. Fong Xingyun returned to the capital to continue working and also reported the situation of entering the alien sphere to the school leaders. Fong Xingyun was overjoyed about Fong Xingyun's return. Fong Xingyun, who had been missing for a long time, returned to society with the fusion of Earth and the alien sphere. Everyone understood what had happened to her, and of course, Fong Xingyun knew what to say and what not to say. On the other hand, Hai Tianqing resigned from his job as a teacher in the capital and chose to focus on taking care of the children at home. He also sent little Chongyang to and from school. Hai Tianqing was more than willing to become a house husband. It was a family, after all, and both parties had to make sacrifices and be tolerant. Since his wife was more ambitious and capable, Hai Tianqing was also willing to support her career. Hai Tianqing was a gentle person and had always been. However, at this moment, the gentle house husband was dragged to the battlefield by Jiang Shao. Besides, Deputy Captain Jiang seemed to have sent an invitation letter to the house husband. Looking at Hai Tianqing's stunned expression, Martha continued, The Xingling courtyard is in the capital, and I won't send you out to carry out any missions. Now that the Xingling army has just set up an apprentice army, the education system is in the preliminary stage. As a senior teacher, you might have a better say. All of a sudden, Hai Tianqing couldn't wrap his head around it. He had just experienced a battle with a high number of deaths, and the scene was rather cruel. However, Zhang Zhao's thoughts had already jumped out as if he hadn't been disturbed at all. He had indeed grown up. Perhaps he had seen too many similar scenes. In fact, Zhang Zhao's thoughts were very simple. The Xingling army was in a stage of rapid development. If Hai Tianqing could catch up and return away you, it would be killing two birds with one stone. The instructor of the apprentice army was a good job. In the future, batches of Xingling army would come from Hai Tianqing's classroom. With the friendship between the teacher and the student, it would be a great resource. In the future, He and his family would have a smoother life in this world. Hai Tianqing nodded thoughtfully. He was still doing his old job as a teacher, but unlike his wife, he was a teacher in the army. If Uncle and Annie are willing to come to the capital, I'll help you take care of the kids. If they don't want to move from Beijiang, my Jiang Latu will always be at your house as your nanny, Martha said as she sat on the side of the arena. What do you think? Hai Tianqing sat next to Martha and looked at her quietly. He couldn't speak in the deep sea, but when he heard that Jiang Shao would be his nanny and take care of the two kids, Hai Tianqing smiled. Even if he was reborn and returned to the first time he met Jiang Shao in the corridor of the school building, Hai Tianqing didn't dare to imagine that such a mischievous child would be. He would introduce him to his gentle and generous wife, pave the way for his life, and protect his family of 6 in times of crisis. Jiang Shao was naturally willing to do whatever he could for the people closest to him. There were very few people he could trust, and even fewer people who would risk their lives for him. Speaking of which, who wouldn't want their closest relatives to be able to stand as high as possible? Actually, Jiang Shao had something else to say. Xiaoan and Xiaoning are growing up. If one day in the future they hear that their father was expelled from the army, they would probably be very sad, wouldn't they? Hai Tianqing was a gentle person. Wasn't Jiang Shao the same? He tried his best to blend the hearty and warm atmosphere. He put in a lot of effort into this chapter and took a long time to revise it. He hoped that everyone would enjoy it. He would continue to work hard to maintain this quality and ask for some monthly votes to support the little toxic healer. Chapter 1253. Jiang Shao left Hua Xing and his wife behind to guard the underwater city and sent the tail feather members back to the place where they were supposed to carry out the mission. The remaining 11-star conversion members, a young man and woman from the kingdom of Balma, were imprisoned in Elizabeth's Star Jade Reef space. The corpses of 7-star conversion members were stored in Martha's Sea Ridge Refuge. The entire world was searching for the remaining 2-star conversion members. Jiang Shao left Hua Xing and his wife in the underwater city because he wanted to wait for the 2-star conversion members to return. He didn't know if the world would find them first or if Hua Xing and his wife would. On July 11th, 2 pieces of news appeared, both of which were considered world-class. Previously, the girls that Jiang Shao and the others rescued from the Masa Kingdom were sent to the nearest police station by Wang Shiliang, who also gave a detailed account of what happened. The information given by the rescued girls caused an uproar all over the world. The Masa Kingdom used to be harsh and sarcastic, saying that the information provided by China was false and that Jiang Shao was eliminating dissidents and killing young star warriors with potential. When the news of the evil deeds of the Masa Kingdom spread, the Masa Kingdom also quieted down. Putting aside whether the 2 of them were star conversion members or not, the cruel means they used were enough to let the world know what kind of people they were. It was a small matter, but kidnapping, forced humiliation, and even killing civilians was a big deal. After the police rushed to the uninhabited town, they also saw the corpse of the girl lying in a pool of blood in the dilapidated kitchen, which once again confirmed the story described by the other girls. Even if they were not members of the star conversion, they were definitely not good people. They deserved to receive the harshest punishment. Jiang Zhao's Weibo exploded. Most of them felt that Jiang Shao was being unfair. Poor Pippi, he kindly provided information about the members of the criminal organization, but he was misunderstood and mocked. Damn it, the Masa Kingdom has already thrown the blame to them, but their children are so disappointing. Self-destructing wolves? That's a slap to the face, huh? So satisfying. Yo, what a potential star warrior. Kidnapping civilians, forcing a girl, and even killing her after getting angry. He really has potential. Thumbs up. The Masa Kingdom has really nurtured a generation of elites. Huh? Pippi, say something. Aren't you going to take the opportunity to retaliate? That's not our style. Jiang Shao didn't have time to look at his mobile phone because on July 11th, he arrived at the capital Star Warriors University to attend the graduation ceremony of the class of 2016. Not only did Jiang Shao come, but he also brought Xian Ian's graduation thesis and Xian Ian's graduation speech. Jiang Shao was indeed too busy. He had just returned from the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean and only stayed for half a day before he had to attend the graduation ceremony. The Capital Star Warriors really didn't understand the daily lives of college students. Why is the graduation ceremony held at 8 a.m.? Don't they know that university students only wake up at noon? All right. Most of the students in Star Warrior Academy were more hardworking. At 7:30 a.m., Jiang Shao arrived at Principal Yang's office on time and knocked on the door. "Come in." A familiar voice came from behind the door. Jiang Shao pushed the door open and walked in, only to see that Principal Yang was wearing a pair of glasses and holding a thermos flask in his hand. He was looking down at him. "Xiaopi, you're here." Principal Yang put down the glass in his hand, took off his glasses, and stood up with a smile. Although Principal Yang addressed Jiang Shao warmly, he was very particular about etiquette. After all, Jiang Shao had many identities. He could be a student or the deputy commander of the Star Army. "Hello, Principal." "Have a seat, Principal," Jiang Shao said frantically. Good, good. Principal Yang smiled as he looked Jiang Shao up and down. No one would have thought that the gift would be even more impressive than the real thing. In order to specially recruit the Star Warrior mage Han Jiangxue, who had 30 star slots, the school agreed to her conditions and specially recruited her useless younger brother into Star Warriors University. Principal Yang had sharp eyes and could tell that Jiang Shao played an important role in the National League. However, even though he admired Jiang Shao, specially recruiting him into the Capital Star Warriors University could only be considered a form of care. However, everything that Jiang Shao did subsequently challenged the limits of people's psychological endurance again and again. As early as when Jiang Shao participated in the World Cup as a medical assistant and won the World Championship, everyone realized that something was amiss. When Jiang Shao won the double World Championship in the team competition and individual competition for the second time, everyone realized that this kid was very likely to be the strongest university student in the history of China. However, with the arrival of the alien ball and Earth, and Jiang Zhao's hidden identity as a guardian of the night was exposed, everyone finally realized that this world was abnormal. 9-star slots is the most impressive aptitude. Isn't there a saying that goes, things will go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme? Yes, that must be it. How is it? Are you ready for the speech later? Principal Yang asked warmly. Don't worry, Jiang Shao handed over the 2 documents and said, This is my graduation thesis. Principal Yang, I won't be participating in the oral defense. I'm rather busy with work. Okay, I understand. Principal Yang grabbed the thesis and nodded with a smile. Jiang Shao took the opportunity to say, By the way, Principal Yang, I have an idea. Principal Yang looked at Jiang Shao curiously. Huh? Tell me about it. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, I'd like to continue my studies in school. Principal Yang was stunned for a moment before he said with joy, That's great. There's no end to learning. You're now in an important position, but you still have the heart to learn. Our Star Warrior University will definitely do our best to groom you. As he spoke, Principal Yang's expression became a little strange. But you have to graduate. This matter has already been decided. Moreover, if we make you repeat a year, the school won't be able to answer to society. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Me? I want to stay in school for my postgraduate studies. I'm not going to fail and repeat a year. Do you have any misunderstandings about staying in school for further studies? Yes, I didn't go to school much in my 3rd and 4th year, nor did I take any exams, but you can't. Ouch, Jiang Shao said with a bitter expression. Principal, I want to do my postgraduate studies. Okay. Principal Yang nodded repeatedly. That's great. Jiang Shao was speechless. Principal Yang thought about it and said, Let me see if I can find a suitable mentor for you. Jiang Shao asked, What do you mean by suitable mentor? Ha. Principal Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Find a mentor who's gentle, not strict, and can accept you skipping classes every day. The corners of Jiang Zhao's mouth twitched, and he gave him a thumbs up. Thank you, the principal understood. After all, Jiang Zhao had a lot of work to do. How could he have the time to attend classes? Focus on academics? However, Jiang Zhao said, Principal, I've lived on the alien planet for a long time, and I've traveled almost all of China. The star beasts, they're different from those in the lower dimensions. Their star techniques are of higher quality, and their biological characteristics are more prominent. Most importantly, some star beasts are extremely intelligent. Upon hearing this, Principal Yang stopped smiling and seemed to have realized what Jiang Zhao was going to do. Jiang Zhao continued, Now that Earth has merged with the alien planet, the creatures in the Tinder City left behind by the Chinese army are the original creatures from the alien planet. I think I can use my identity as a student of the Capital Star Warrior University to publish some articles regularly to help the Chinese people understand more about the star beasts after the evolution. The star beads and star techniques that the young people of the future will absorb will not be of low quality. There will be all kinds of powerful star techniques, as well as the extent of enhancement. I think I should have a say as someone who has traveled the entire mainland on the alien planet. I can help the education department, parents, and students of China to have a clearer understanding of star beasts and star techniques. Okay. Principal Yang nodded heavily. Capital Star Warrior University did not groom the wrong people. What Jiang Zhao meant by staying in school for further studies was not really to be a student or to learn, but to be a teacher and to teach. He was not just going to teach a school, but the entire China. Principal Yang Chun immediately said, I'll choose a good director for you. Jiang Zhao suddenly asked, Is Fang Xingyan all right? Headmaster Yang nodded thoughtfully. That's good too. Teacher Fang has survived with you on the alien planet for a long time, so she has a certain say. If you have any ideas or viewpoints, let her check them for you before you publish them. That's a good choice. Principal Yang stood up, and it was obvious that he was a little excited. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a matter that would benefit the country and the people. Since Jiang Zhao was willing to put in the time and effort to do that, Capital Star Warrior University had no reason not to fully support him. In that case, Principal Yang looked at Jiang Zhao solemnly and said, In a few days, the school will adjust Fang Xingyun's position as a teacher and remove her from the position of a practical teacher. Let her be a lecturer for star studies. This way, she will have more time to do academic work. At the same time, let her be a postgraduate tutor and specially guide you. Okay. Jiang Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, Why don't I ask for Teacher Fang's opinion first? Principal Yang said, All right. At 8 o'clock, the auditorium of the Capital Star Warrior University was filled with people. The students and teachers even squeezed into the aisle. There were only more than 4,000 students in the entire Capital Star Warrior University. Besides, there were also some Year 3 and Year 4 students who were out on missions. There were also some students who had been recruited by the major armies, such as Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin, who did not have the time to come back at all. However, even so, the auditorium was filled with Year 1 and Year 2 students. It was a rare opportunity. Of course, they wanted to see how the most famous graduate in the history of Capital Star Warrior University would bid farewell to his alma mater. Jiang Zhao, who was backstage and getting ready to go on stage, was a little dumbfounded in front of him. Fang Xingyan smiled and reached out to pinch Jiang Zhao's arm to help him relax. The school had issued a strict order that no one was allowed to approach Jiang Zhao and could only watch from afar. Well, to put it simply, they treated Jiang Zhao like a panda. Fang Xingyan was the only one who had the privilege to stand beside Jiang Zhao. With a gentle smile on her face, she teased, You've experienced the 100,000-seat stadium during the World Cup. How many people are there now? I'm not nervous, it's just that I've been in the Capital Star Warrior University for such a long time, but I've never seen so many students. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips. By the way, Ms. Fang, I'm going to stay in school. Can I be your student? Fang Xingyan blinked and said, Haven't you graduated? Does the school still want you to repeat a year? Jiang Zhao was speechless. Damn it, His heart felt stifled. I, the king of toxic healers, went to a social university. I, the king of toxic healers, went to a social university. At this level, I can even be a PhD supervisor. Why do you have to make me repeat a year? Jiang Xiao moved closer to Fang Xingyun's ear and told her what he was thinking. Fang Xingyun nodded repeatedly. In fact, she had long written an article about the civilization and culture of the Birch Forest tribe to inform the world. Fang Xingyun nodded repeatedly. In fact, she had already written an article about the civilization and culture of the Birch Forest tribe in her mind to inform the world. Jiang Xiao said softly, "Let's research and discuss together. When it's time to publish it, I'll write your name." Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Xiao with a reproachful expression and said, "Xiaopi." Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Xiao with a reproachful expression and said, "Xiaopi." Jiang Xiao shrugged and said, "You're on the rise in your career now, and you have a unique experience in the alien planet. You even brought back the twins. People like strong and brave women. You're only in your 30s. You don't even know where you'll go in the future. It's not a big deal for me to have these names. Hey, Teacher Fang, don't be angry. Let's study it together. You can help me edit it and sign our names. It's your turn." Fang Xingyun rolled her eyes at Jiang Xiao as if she was blaming him. She carefully adjusted the collar of his military uniform and adjusted his beret. She then patted his arm and said, "Go ahead." Jiang Xiao did not wear a scholar's uniform or a scholar's hat. Instead, he followed the requirements of the school and wore an ocean blue military uniform. Sure enough, after the leader on stage finished speaking, the host invited the graduate students to come on stage. Jiang Xiao held the script in his hand and strode forward. In Jiang Zhao's line of sight, a familiar figure in the second row suddenly stood up and cheered loudly, "God Pi! God Pi!" It could be said that hundreds responded to a single call, "God Pi! God Pi! God Pi!" All of a sudden, the slogans in the auditorium were uniform and deafening. Jiang Xiao pointed at the thug from Tianjin and said, "Kid, you're not bad. After the ceremony, come backstage to get your money." "Ha ha! Ha ha!" Liu Yang shouted loudly. "I'm going to report to Star Arrival Military the day after tomorrow." Jiang Xiao glanced at Liu Yang angrily. "Do you think I don't know that you're going to report? I'm the one who approved your quota." Jiang Xiao slammed the script on the table and looked at the crowd in the auditorium. All of a sudden, the auditorium quickly quietened down as they waited for Jiang Zhao's speech. Jiang Xiao raised a finger and glanced at the script. He said, "Capital Star Warrior is a good school." The students were speechless. The teachers were speechless. Jiang Xiao continued to read and said, "There are 4 words that stand out. Teaching in accordance with one's aptitude." Damn it, I'm dying of laughter. Did I, God Pi, say that I was raised freely? Jiang Zhao's face darkened. Damn it, what did XNIN write? I'm really silly. I should have taken a look in advance. I've trusted her too much. All of a sudden, XININ's pure and adorable appearance appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. However, her silly and adorable smile turned into a mischievous one, and there seemed to be 2 demon horns growing on her head. Asking for some tickets. Chapter 1254. Jiang Zhao's speech at the graduation ceremony could barely be considered a success. After reading a few sentences of the speech written by the letter gunner, Jiang Xiao went off script. Well, it turned out that he might as well continue reading XINI's speech. Although the girl was a little mischievous, she knew the severity of the speech and wrote the latter part well. However, after going off script, Jiang Zhao's bootlicking was too obvious. It was even more colorful than the rainbow farts of the Rainbow Horse. Who didn't know how to praise their alma mater? Every time Jiang Xiao heard Fang Xingyun's clear voice backstage, he would know that he seemed to have gone overboard again. Well, that had always been Jiang Zhao's style. His mischievous appearance was filled with savagery, so much so that no one took him seriously. They all thought that Jiang Xiao was just joking in an exaggerated tone. However, when the people of the world reacted, they realized that Jiang Zhao's shameless boasting and bragging were all true, Amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers, Jiang Shao left successfully. Fang Xingyun couldn't help but hold his forehead and shake his head when he saw how pleased he was. After the speech, Jiang Shao bade farewell to Principal Yang and Teacher Fang before leaving in a flash. Jiang Shao had taken some time out of his busy schedule to teach the junior brothers and sisters who had never seen the world. Jiang Shao still had important things to do. As soon as he returned to Xinglin Courtyard, Jiang Shao opened the space door in his office and entered his shadow ruins. He then began to study the third page of the third section of Star Warriors Era. If the third section of the functional book was counted as 7 pages, the first page was about improving the Star Warrior's realm and stimulating his potential. The second page was about reducing the Star Warrior's realm and weakening his potential. What would the third page be about? Most importantly, there were also 7 symbols that sealed Jiang Zhao's star slots on the third page, just like the second page. The problem was that the second page was about reducing the Star Warrior's realm and weakening his potential. Was it similar to sealing the star slots? Was that why there were 7 special symbols? The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Jiang Shao, who had activated star power abundance, frantically absorbed the star power from all directions while staring at the third page of the book. Look, let's just watch. Jiang Shao would succeed when the tortoise fell in love with the mung bean. Why did I call myself a mung bean? Halberd Mastery has leveled up. Platinum level 9. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. What the hell? If I say I'm a mung bean, I'll level up. If I say I'm a tortoise, won't I ascend to the heavens, and my skill quality will reach star level? Jiang Shao thought about it and decided not to humiliate himself. It was just a coincidence. Jiang Shao knew that the upgrade of the Heavenly Halberd technique came from Jiang Yi, who was fighting a 1v3 in the ancient Yi Tower in the Calamity World. At this moment, far away in the Central Plains ancient Yi Pagoda City on the martial arts field, the crowd of ghost monks below the stage were mesmerized by the fight and roared excitedly. On the stage, Jiang Yi held a sky halberd and was locked in a fierce battle with Jin Song, Jin Xiu, and Jin Chong. At the back, Yin Wei, who was watching the battle from a close distance, was leading his subordinates, Yin Yun, Yin Su, and the other silver concubines to support his master, for fear that the golden concubines would get angry and accidentally kill his master. Due to the fusion of Earth and the alien sphere, Chen Lingtao returned to Earth, and Star Silver Wei was finally liberated. He was sent back to his hometown, ancient Yi Pagoda, and became Jiang Ye's right-hand man. The use of star techniques was prohibited in this competition. At the end of the day, Jiang Yi was just galaxy bait, which was only platinum in terms of star beast level. On the other hand, Jin Song, who was superior in martial arts, Jin Xiu, who was sinister and vicious, and Jin Chong, who was bold and unrestrained, were all of diamond quality. Although the ghost monks below the stage were all of the normal platinum quality, Jiang Zhao's disciples had long been upgraded by him. In such a battle between humans and monks, there is a huge difference in physical fitness between the two parties. Even if the use of star techniques was prohibited, it would still be a competition without any suspense. However, to the surprise of all the ghost monks, the sky halberd was really an artifact. On the surface, it seemed to be a 1v3, but in fact, every golden consort felt that their other 2 companions were traitors when they fought. No, there's a mole. Why do their companions always end up attacking their own people at the critical moment? What a great sky halberd. Poke, pick, stick, smooth, stick, wipe. What does it mean to borrow strength to fight? What does it mean to push 1,000 kilograms with little effort? It's indeed something used by short-lived ghosts. It's indeed impressive. Xiao, this is Lan Xiao. When it goes too far, Jiang Yi will be able to smile in the underworld. Jin Chong yelled, "Aw." Jin Song yelled, "Aw." Jin Xiu said with a sinister expression, "Get lost, you too. I'll fight Master one-on-one." Jiang Yi, who was carrying Jin Song's giant blade, swiped at Jin Xiu and hollered, "No one is allowed to leave. I'm going to fight the 3 of you alone today." "Don't go, dear. Leave me." I can't beat him. Jiang Ye's epitaph should be, I've been to this world. That Yi, I've shown off. Jiang Shao, who was far away in the Stone Villa area, gave Jiang Yi the greatest technical support. 1,000 skill points were thrown in. In an instant, Jiang Zhao's Sky Halberd Mastery reached Diamond Quality Level 0. It was also at this moment that Jiang Yi was reborn as if he was reborn. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jiang Yi shouted to the disciples of the Golden Couple group, "Come up with 4 more. I want to fight 7 of you." Jin Sanyang couldn't take it anymore. She carried her giant blade and rushed up with her long legs. She used to be Master's right-hand man, but ever since Inwei returned, Master had changed his arms. New grudges and old grudges were settled today. Jin Sanyang turned into a ghost monk cannonball and directly exploded into the battlefield. Jiang Yu was so scared that his face turned pale, and he kept retreating. What the F*** CK? You're serious? Jin Sanyang laughed sinisterly. I've always been serious with Master. The halberd in her hand was the short-lived halberd, and the monk in front of her was the life-taking monk. Say me some face. Jiang Yi frantically retreated and shouted. What happened to the encirclement? Why did it change to a one-on-one fight? You guys come up. The ghost monks might not be very intelligent in other aspects, but their attainments in various techniques were extremely high. Their combat IQ was definitely maxed out. Obviously, they had long realized that Master could only fight one against many. Once it was a one-on-one fight, without a helper, he would be crushed to death by the Golden Couple group from all directions. Otherwise, Jin Xiu wouldn't have said that her 2 companions were in the way and asked them to leave. Inwei's voice was hoarse. Be gentle, Jin Sanyang said. I know what I'm doing. Pung. Before Jin Sanyang finished her sentence, she kicked Jiang Yi out of the arena. Insa stood up abruptly and said angrily, This is what you call doing. Jin Sanyang said, It's already very, very light. In Chao rushed up and said, Bullsh *T. For a moment, the silver couple in the arena and the golden couple in the back were at each other's throats as they charged forward one after another. Oh no! The ghost monks are going to fight in groups. The golden couple infantry are going to fight the silver couple cavalry head-on. As a fighting clan, the ghost monk clan had a fiery temper and could be ignited at the slightest provocation. The crowd of grass couple and cloth couple rushed up the stage in a frenzy. They wouldn't rush up to fight in groups, but, well, the most important thing was to participate. The main thing was the atmosphere. Silence. Jiang Yi roared, putting aside the ghost monks below the stage. The main thing was that the people on the stage were all his direct disciples, and they were all very obedient. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for this group of diamond-ranked direct disciples, Jiang Yi might not be able to suppress the ghost monks of Yigu Tower by himself. Of course, they had to respect their master, but the characteristics of the ghost monk clan were right there. If you didn't let them fight, you would really kill them. Following Jiang Ye's scolding, the golden couple and silver couple on the stage stopped one after another. Then, the ghost monk audience below the stage also quieted down and stopped rushing forward. Jiang Yi grimaced in pain, rubbed his buttocks with one hand, and eagerly climbed up the high ring. To be honest, Jin Sanyang didn't kick him hard. The effect of the show was greater than the actual meaning. Jiang Yi said, All of you, stand at attention. Stand properly. For a moment, the golden couple and silver couple on the stage all stood at attention. However, because of the fiery group fight just now, these ghost monks all stood at attention with their faces close to each other. The scene was quite comical. It was all thanks to the large bamboo hat that blocked off the pitch-black, ghostly faces. Otherwise, there might really be golden couples kissing each other. The ghost monk clan didn't reproduce by both sexes. Instead, they created the same kind through their own division, so there was no such thing as having a relationship. Jiang, you seem to have realized something. Was it because they were created by division, so they didn't have the concept of communicating with the opposite sex in their minds? That was why they were extremely energetic and had nowhere to vent their anger. So they only knew how to fight? Master, I understand. Jiang Shao finally knew why he trained so hard and improved his skills so quickly. In this aspect, he and the Ghost Monk clan achieved the same result through different means. The Ghost Monks didn't have it, so they didn't think about it at all. Jiang Shao did. But, well, it wasn't necessary. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. With the diamond fugitive body, his body was certainly not fragile. It was just that he fell a little hard and his but hurt a little. Jiang Shao, who was far away in the stone villa, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then Jiang Shao was stunned. What's going on? Am I laughing at myself? Smack! Jiang Shao slapped himself in the face. What the hell are you laughing at? It turned out that not only did I laugh at myself, but I also hit myself. Jiang Shao hurriedly calmed himself down and focused on reading again. In front of him, on the third page of the book, half of the human body structure was revealed again. It was still half of the human body structure, only the upper body structure, and the lower body was filled with mysterious symbols. It was very uncomfortable to look at. Is this page scolding me? Jiang Shao had been trying to understand and study the direction of ceiling star slots, but only half of the book was shown to Jiang Shao. Why? Where did it go wrong? Jiang Shao frowned and couldn't figure it out. The direction of understanding should be correct. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this page to show him half of the human body structure. Is there some deviation in the functional understanding? Seal. Can it be understood as weakening the effect of the star slot? Weakening the actual effect of the star slot and the energy exerted to the minimum has reached the level of sealing? While Jiang Shao was thinking, the page in front of him became much clearer, but only the human body structure was clear. It was as if it had changed from 360p to 1080p, but the remaining half of the page was still filled with text symbols. Yi Ancient Tower in the arena. At this moment, Jiang Yu was the only one standing on the stage, while all the Grimace monks lined up neatly and stood motionlessly below. Jiang Yi said, "Are you all very hot-tempered? Are you all very energetic?" There was a dead silence in the field. These ghost monks had been trained by Jiang Yi a long time ago. Except for the occasional mischief caused by their biological characteristics, which made them too impulsive, most of the time, they were well-trained like soldiers under the lead of his direct disciples. Star Beast soldiers? Well, this term is very appropriate. It's not a skill to be arrogant. You guys fight together every day, and you know what your opponent is going to do as soon as he raises his hand. Jiang Yi touched his chin and said, "You guys have been waiting for the battle for so long and training hard day and night. It's indeed a waste of resources to stay here. China had an extremely long border, and the more forces there were, the better. In that case, I'll create a group for you guys and let you guys... I'll go." Before Jiang Yi could finish his words, his face suddenly stiffened. The ghost monks were a little puzzled, not knowing where their master was going. Meanwhile, far away in the stone villa of the great treasury, in Jiang Zhao's hands, the third page of the book burst out with a shocking light. The human body transformation diagram was complete. Jiang Shao knew what he was lacking. Sealing was one of the effects. If there was a seal, there must be an opposite, unsealing. Of course, it was not accurate to say that it was a seal. That was also the fundamental reason why Jiang Shao had been stuck and unable to correctly understand the page. The concept of sealing was simply a hindrance. The real function of the page was not to seal, but to weaken the effects of the star techniques in the Star Warrior's star slot and reduce the energy exerted by the star techniques to the lowest level, reducing it to the concept of nothing. Thus, it became the external manifestation of sealing. If it was deduced in reverse, it would increase the effect of the star technique. To be honest, Hopkins had used his actions to tell Jiang Shao the effect of the page and give him a direction to follow. If Jiang Shao were the first person to own Star Warrior era, it would be hard for him to imagine if he would never be able to figure out the effect of the page for the rest of his life and be stuck at the peak of the Star River forever. Jiang Shao stared at the thick book in his hand in a daze and could not help but burst into tears. Damn it! Star Warrior World, your little toxic healer is finally back. Thank you, Kazak, for the 50,000 rewards. Welcome back, King of Toxic Healers. Hand over your tickets. Oh, Carrot. Oh. Chapter 1255. Jiang Shao lay on the grass by the lake in the forest with a blade of green grass in his mouth, while looking at the white clouds drifting across the sky. His eyes were a little dazed, and he was even humming softly. You clearly love me very much, too. There's no reason you can't love me. While humming, the dim star slots in the star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest were gradually lit up. As long as you're not weak, why should we miss you? As Jiang Shao sang, he was so moved that he cried. My youth, my happiness is back. At this moment, Jiang Shao felt that the green grass beneath him was a little prickly. Candlelight, endurance. It's back. Jiang Zhao's body was terrifyingly sensitive. He sat up and rubbed the back of his neck. The realistic feeling made him ecstatic. The 19 8-star techniques were all back. Jiang Shao raised his hand, and a huge pillar of blessing fell. He then put his palm down again, and a bell dashed towards the sea soul lamp at the bottom of the lake. The rims of his eyes reddened. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the blue sky, as if a storm was about to come. In the distance, the roar dragon, which was entrenched on the roof of the third floor of the stone villa, couldn't help but raise its head and open its huge eyes to look at the surging clouds in the sky. Roar, roar. The roar dragon roared and flew into the sky. Jiang Shao really cried this time. He wiped his reddened eyes and stopped summoning the star technique rain of tears. The toxic healer who could summon the wind and rain was finally back. He did stop, but the dark clouds could not disperse quickly. The roar dragon seemed to like such weather very much as it soared into the sky and shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds. Buzz! The buzz whale at the bottom of the lake dashed out and swam towards the sky that was filled with dark clouds. The dragon and the whale were originally resting, but the special weather conditions seemed to have made them find a custom-made playground. Jiang Zhao's body flickered, and he entered the basement of the stone villa. He hadn't been there for a long time. He had stored a large number of star beads that he had accumulated while fighting in the foreign mainland. The treasure chests piled up like a mountain, almost filling up the basement. A burst of star power gathered in front of Jiang Zhao's chest, and Little Candle appeared in his arms, lighting up the dark basement. Ooh, seeing the treasure chests all over the place, Little Candle opened her mouth wide, and streams of star power flowed out of her mouth as if she was drooling. The treasure chests that were opened were filled with shiny star beads, and Little Candle's eyes could not help but burn with desire. Jiang Shao rubbed the chubby boy's jelly-like body and directly activated star power abundance. A large amount of star power gathered, and he was determined to fill Little Candle. Ugh! Little Candle shuddered subconsciously. That soft and supple body trembled. It was extremely amusing. At this moment, it recalled the fear of being suffocated. Indeed, it didn't lack astral power when it was with its master. However, how could eating star beads and absorbing star power feel the same as having star power poured into one's mouth by someone else? Would you rather eat by yourself, or would you rather have your face pinched and spooned? Regardless of whether Little Candle liked it or not, its interest in the pile of star beads in front of it inevitably decreased. If it stayed in its master's arms for a while longer, it would soon be full. After all, there was plenty of star power on the alien ball, and it usually just played around. Hence, it didn't have much opportunity to consume star power. Jiang Shao placed Little Candle on his head and tugged it down. Little Candle obediently turned into a candle cap, and its body drooped down, clasping onto Jiang Zhao's head. Jiang Shao put on the candle cap and looked around. I'll start from the first star slot, blessing bait. As Jiang Shao rummaged through the basement, his heart soon turned cold. The white ghoul, which star beads, shouldn't be enough. The white ghoul witches on the alien ball were all of gold quality, although Jiang Shao would deliberately make the white ghoul, which star beads become a platinum quality when he obtained them. However, Jiang Zhao's blessing and bait were of candle moon quality. 1 candle moon equals 10 star beads equals 100 diamond equals 1,000 platinum. He would have to use 10 candle moon quality star beads to upgrade his star technique to Jiaoyang quality. In other words, Jiang Zhao needed 10,000 platinum quality white ghoul, which star beads. Jiang Zhao's inventory was clearly insufficient, and he had no choice but to go to Beijiang to hunt for star beads again. Besides, he had to be careful when hunting for them. If he were to go overboard, he would easily kill the white ghoul witches. In that case, let's start from the second star slot, green glow endurance. Compared to the white ghoul witches, the white ghoul star beads were clearly enough. Not only was it enough, but it was also more than enough. While vomiting, Jiang Zhao frantically absorbed the star beads. He had long turned off star power abundance. At this juncture, he didn't want to cause trouble. The star power storage capacity of the platinum quality star beads was astonishing. Green glow upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Endurance upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Jiang Zhao sat down in the pile of star beads and began to doubt his life. His life deserves to be doubted too. I'll upgrade the star beads with sufficient storage capacity. Earthly light upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Star concealment upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Secondary image upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Domain tear upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Cleansing tear upgrade. Scorching yang quality. Sorrowful tear upgrade. Scorching yang quality. When Jiang Zhao returned to the lakeside, he realized that the sky had already turned dark. Jiang Zhao had always thought that training and fighting were physical labor, but now he realized that absorbing star beads was also physical labor. In his star map, there were already 4 star slots of the highest quality. However, it was a pity that he would only be rewarded with skill point for the first upgrade to the Scorching Yang quality. There would be no reward for subsequent upgrades to the star techniques of the highest quality. They were first star slot, green glow, endurance. 6th star slot, space-time gap, calamity shadow ruins. 7th star slot, earthly light, star concealment, secondary image. 8th star slot, domain tier, cleansing tier, sorrowful tier. Jiang Zhao felt dizzy and his body felt like it was about to explode. Even the little candle on top of his head felt dizzy. The candle cap that looked decent initially drooped softly, and it really looked like a candle that had been melted. The remaining 4 star slots had yet to reach the highest quality, and Jiang Zhao had to go to the relevant areas in the Calamity Shadow world to hunt for them. Jiang Zhao summoned the humming bear and threw a countercurrent light at it. Well, he could only bully the humming bear. The humming bear was the only diamond quality level 1. Jiang Zhao's other star beasts were all in a higher star power realm than him. The humming bear's plump body trembled and it squinted its eyes comfortably. It raised its head proudly and enjoyed the large amount of star power that surged into its body. Should I test Scorching Yang? Green glow? Jiang Zhao stepped forward, knelt on the ground, dragged the humming bear's butt, and picked it up. The humming bear was still confused and looked down at Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao. A burst of green light flowed in his hand, and he gently lifted the bear's butt. Ing! With a whoosh sound, the baby bear flew directly into the sky. It appeared. Sky-shattering bear. The bear flew up to a height of 200 meters before its momentum slowed down. Following the gentle sound of the whale, the humming whale flew down from the night sky. Its huge back caught the flustered humming bear in the air and caught it firmly. Growl! The humming bear sat down on the soft back of the humming whale and rubbed its face with its paws. Its black eyes blinked as if it couldn't process what had just happened. Am I in the sky? Yes. Jiang Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He didn't exert much force just now, but he managed to lift the bear up to a height of 200 meters. That should be the effect of the highest quality green glow. If Jiang Zhao were to exert more force, it wouldn't just be a matter of repelling. How powerful would the powerful blow be? Jiang Zhao secretly sighed and looked at the earth light, star concealment, and secondary star techniques in his internal star map. As his body shape changed, a 3.5-meter tall silver monk wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat appeared on the edge of the lake. A sinister smile appeared on his dark face, and he pinched the edge of the bamboo hat with his long fingers before pressing it down. At the edge of the lake, there seemed to be a mysterious ancient Chinese ranger. However, the burning candlelight on the bamboo hat made the scene a little strange. In the past, the secondary star technique of candlelight quality could only allow Jiang Xiao to reach 82 meters and increase his height by 1 meter at most. However, at this moment, he could completely transform into a normal grimace monk. It's perfect. What's the limit? Where's the limit? Jiang Xiao tried to transform into the humming whale, but a mini humming whale with a length of 4.82 meters landed on the grass. Well, although 4.82 meters was considered a giant for any creature, it was really a mini version for the humming whale. The belly of the mini humming whale was pressed against the grass, shaking its head and slapping its heart-shaped tail as it crawled forward. So, floating 3 meters is the limit? The humming whale, wandering in the sky, was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? However, the problem arose again. Jiang Xiao could indeed change his form and become a mini version of the humming whale, but that was only the external form constructed by star power. He couldn't fly. He could only crawl on the ground. The humming whale looked at the mini humming whale wriggling on the ground. Although it knew that it was its master, the humming whale suddenly wanted to smack it to death with its tail. We're big fish. We're elegant and beautiful big fish that swims in the deep sea and soars in the sky. We're not caterpillars, not earthworms, not maggots. Jiang Xiao immediately transformed back into his human form and pressed the little candle into his star map so that it would not suffer with him. In fact, the most terrifying star technique was not secondary image, but earth light. On the internal star map, it was clearly written, when the star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light, condensing star power, vibrating, and changing the original appearance of the star map. Activating it will continuously consume star power. However, with the rising star map, the number of star slots and the star beads that have been embedded cannot be changed. 4 nines. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed. 9 star maps. Jiang Zhao's own 9 star maps were not included. The newly created star maps included the flower blade, the withered bough, the soul of the sea devourer, and the Star Warriors era. There are still 5 slots to create rising star maps. I Chingchen's peace buckle. Give me He Yun's orange bell shield as well. And Elizabeth's holy cross for me. What else? I, Jiang Xiao, want them all. Wait. According to this advancement method, Jiaoyang Earthlight has 9 star maps. In that case, does Jiaoyang Decoy have 9 decoy? There are only 12 people in a light-chasing team. I'll bring along 9 of me who have all sorts of terrifying star maps. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but grin. Okay, let's not talk about mountain crushing, wasteland reclamation, vigil, and star arrival. I, Jiang Xiao, will be independent and form an army by myself. Top. Chapter 1256. On the 13th of July, the Starlin army of apprentices arrived at the Starlin courtyard in the capital to report. Zhang Songfu personally took the field and lectured the newly arrived apprentices while Hu Wei and his wife held the fort. They were considered to have accepted the group of young talents. Second last, Jiang Xiao, Yi Zhizhong, and the others did not participate in the activity this time. Instead, they discussed the training, learning, and daily life of the apprentices in the conference room. The army of apprentices was too special, and they couldn't really be treated as apprentices. They were a godly team that had joined out of admiration for them. Therefore, after a period of symbolic training, they would be divided into groups and form squads to protect the Star Arrival army in large-scale battles. That was the best choice. What was worth mentioning was that not only did the students come to report, but a teacher also came to report. Hai Tianqing. Once again, he sat at the same table as her in the conference room of second last office in the military camp. Hai Tianqing had once sat beside second last at the campfire party of the Birch Forest tribe and accompanied her to drink thorny fruit wine. However, they were far apart at that time. Although Hai Tianqing was sitting a few seats away from her in the conference room, he was still very close to her. It had been so many years since Old Tail Feather was shattered, and this was the closest Hai Tianqing had ever been to his old teammate. He had become a member of the Starlin Army and regained his code name of Fourth Last. Second Last silently approved of Hai Tianqing's reenlistment, but she didn't say anything. Through everything that Jiang Shao had done for Old Tail Feather, Second Last knew very well that Jiang Shao was reuniting the team that had fallen apart. Or rather, Jiang Shao was fulfilling the old captain's wish. Without a doubt, Second Last was very pampering Jiang Shao. Regardless of how cold, domineering, or stern she appeared, she definitely treated Jiang Shao differently from everyone else in the world. That was for sure. Hai Tianqing's return seemed to be a matter of course. In the middle of the meeting, Zhang Songfu, the person in charge of the Starlin Army of Apprentices, rushed over with Hu Wei and Songlan. The meeting lasted until the afternoon, and everyone was happy. At the very least, Jiang Shao was very satisfied. He didn't have to do anything. All he had to do was nod his head in agreement. With someone more capable than him organizing and building an army of apprentices, the feeling of letting others do all the work was pretty good. After that, Jiang Shao bade farewell to everyone and returned to his office building with his guards. After sitting in the office for a while, Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. He walked out of the house and stood in the empty corridor. He opened the window and looked down. Seeing the scene below, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, "Hey, there's someone smoking downstairs. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Cough, come up and smoke. It's fine." Downstairs, Wu Yao was squatting at the foot of the wall and smoking. Clearly, she was there to look for Jiang Shao. However, she reckoned that she was probably planning to add another cigarette in advance. Wu Yao did not dare to smoke at the entrance of the office building. A group of soldiers were standing guard and watching. She could only choose to smoke at the side of the building, under the shade of the trees. However, Jiang Zhao's, Jiang Kelly's, perception was not to be trifled with. Moreover, this was only a low two-story building. Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Yao stood up and turned around. With a cigarette in her mouth, she looked up at Jiang Shao through the gaps between the branches and leaves that touched the wall. To be honest, Jiang Shao was tempted by that glance. It had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. It was just a pure human appreciation of beautiful things. In Jiang Zhao's heart, Wu Yao was equivalent to a boorish woman. However, compared to her previous ferocity, Miss Wu Yao, who had traveled half the world, had become much more reserved. Her golden hair was slightly messy, revealing her astonishingly charming face. There was no longer that indomitable courage in her beautiful blue eyes. She seemed to have calmed down a lot. Come to think of it, maybe there's a story behind it. Phew! Wu Yao tilted her head and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. She pinched out the cigarette with her fingers, and Jiang Shao grinned. This girl, doesn't she know that it's hot? Jiang Shao leaned half of his body out of the window and hooked his finger at Wu Yao. Come! Wu Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, then shook her head and smiled. She squatted down, tightened her thighs, and leaped up. Rustle, 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 rustle of the leaves. The low two-story building was obviously not a problem for Wu Yao. She jumped up directly and even had some strength left. Jiang Shao grabbed her hand and almost fell out of the window. Wow, this shield. Is it real? It's heavy. Is there a weight hidden under her clothes? Jiang Shao exerted some strength and pulled Wu Yao up as he retreated. Wu Yao grabbed Jiang Shao with one hand and quickly climbed in through the window with the other. Jiang Shao let go of her hand and took a few steps back, patting the ashes off his hand. Damn, this girl is quite particular. She didn't throw away the extinguished cigarette, and kept holding it in her hand. Very good. On your first day in the army, you have no sense of rules and discipline. How dare you climb through the deputy commander's window? I'll give you a 3-day black room package, Jiang Xiao said as he turned around and walked into the office. Wu Yao's expression froze slightly. What? What kind of trick is this? Entrapment. She followed Jiang Xiao into the office and threw the cigarette, but into the trash can at the door. Looking at the sofa in the room, Wu Yao hesitated for a moment and decided not to sit down. Instead, she stood in the middle of the room. Jiang Xiao waved his hand. Take a seat. Don't stand on ceremony. Wu Yao said, just stand. Save me the extra 3 days. Jiang Xiao sat down on the chair and tilted his head to look at Wu Yao as if she was worth teaching. Well, not bad. You've grown up. The corners of Wu Yao's mouth twitched awkwardly. Jiang Xiao asked, Why are you looking for me? Wu Yao thought about it and said, To do me a favor and build connections. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao smiled. You're quite honest and carefree, aren't you? Wu Yao shrugged and said, I want to go back to Great Ming. Jiang Xiao grinned and said, You want to protect your hometown? Why don't you just go to Great Ming and find a random local guard? I can't decide what I do or where I work when I join another army, Wu Yao said while staring at Jiang Xiao quietly. Xinglin is different. You're here. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and asked, What do you want to do in Great Ming then? Wu Yao said, I just want to guard the borders as a member of the Chinese army. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao froze for a moment and thought, Isn't that a simple request? Why do I have to come to Xinglin? Jiang Xiao placed his elbows on the table and leaned forward. What do you mean? Is there a story? Wu Yao said, I once returned to Great Ming as a star warrior and participated in 3 battles. However, the local army persuaded me to come back. After all, it's the border. I might seem to be helping, but I'm actually causing trouble for the local army and police. Jiang Xiao smiled and said, Why don't you join them directly then? Wu Yao said, I'm too strong and there are too many variables in my position. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Jiang Xiao finally knew how others felt when they saw him bragging. The problem was, be it Jiang Xiao or Wu Yao, their words were indeed infuriating, but they were the truth. You're strong, no matter how strong you are. Can you be stronger than me? Jiang Xiao couldn't help but retort with a smile. Wu Yao smiled and said, That's one of the reasons I came to Xinglin. I don't feel any pressure when facing my superiors. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but grimace and said, No, aren't you a little too confident? What star power level are you in now? Wu Yao said, Late stage star C. Oh, not bad indeed. After all, she was a contestant from the same generation as Hong Mingming and Zhao Wenlong. Although Hong Mingming was now at the peak of star C, she had a few months of battle experience in the alien sphere. During those months, Wu Yao was still on Earth where star power was thin. In the past 3 years, Wu Yao had indeed grown rapidly, and she had the right to be proud. After all, on Earth, the peak of star C was the ceiling, and she was about to touch the ceiling on Earth. However, that used to be the ceiling on Earth. At this moment, after Earth merged with the alien sphere, there was a qualitative change in the concentration of star power. Putting aside Xia Shanhai, who was a star warrior in his 50s, for the time being, the new generation of star warriors would definitely enter the starry sky stage with the passage of time. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, You're so arrogant, even though you're only in the mid-stage of star C. Friend, you're too arrogant. Wu Yao asked, What do you mean by too arrogant? Jiang Xiao said, Too petty. Wu Yao was speechless. Jiang Xiao said, But I like the way you put it. Since you're being straightforward with me, I'll be straightforward with you too. Star Advent 4th Regiment, Ghost Wolf Legion, Star Advent 5th Regiment, Ghost Monk Legion. Choose one. Wu Yao was slightly stunned and asked, Ghost Monk Legion? She was well aware of the Ghost Wolf Legion. Recently, the news of the Star Beast forming an army had spread all over China. Wu Haoyang's past had also been dug out by the world. He was a star warrior who was training hard in school on the first day of the new year and accidentally entered the alien sphere. Later on, he met Jiang Xiao and became a veteran of the Star Advent team. At this moment, Wu Haoyang was leading the Ghost Wolf clan, which he was on good terms with in the alien sphere, to guard the border of the 5 alliances in the north in the name of the Star Advent Army 4th Regiment. He was in the limelight. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes, in addition to the apprentice army that has just been established, the Star Advent Army is going to add another legion. It's going to be made up of the Ghost Monk clan from the top of the ancient pagoda in the Central Plains. This group of guys is just like you. They're all bellicose and have a fanatical pursuit of battle. Now that I've gotten rid of them, they're rather obedient. I'm going to build a new Star Advent 5th Regiment and send the Ghost Monk Legion to Deming." Wu Yao's eyes lit up and he asked, "Who's the leader of the 5th Regiment?" Jiang Shao replied, "Me." Wu Yao asked suspiciously. Jiang Shao said, "I have bait. This team is different from the United Ghost Wolf clan. The Ghost Monks are closer to humans. They have a lot of tricks up their sleeves, and their biological characteristics are obvious. They're a double-edged sword, so I have to lead them personally." Wu Yao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go to the 5th Regiment." "Okay." Jiang Shao also nodded. The office fell into silence. After a while, Jiang Shao looked at Wu Yao and said, "So, everything's fine? It's settled?" After getting what she wanted, Wu Yao was at a loss. Everything had gone too smoothly. Her good friend. Yes, she was indeed easy to talk to. Her attitude toward her former friend had not changed at all. Of course, everyone was mutually beneficial. If Wu Yao had asked to be the regiment commander or made any excessive requests, Jiang Shao would have kicked her out. However, Wu Yao's request was actually very simple. She just wanted to be a soldier and be stationed in her hometown. Wu Yao hesitated for a moment and put her hand into her pocket. She said, "How about I smoke?" Jiang Shao was speechless. Outside the door, Chun Lingtao knocked on the door with a pot of hot tea. Chun Lingtao was overjoyed to see Wu Yao. Damn, she's a celebrity. He's a member of the national team for the 2017 World Cup. Although he's white, he's a pure Chinese, just a minority. Master's really impressive. I heard that there are many young Star Warriors who have already made a name for themselves in the Star Advent Apprentice Army this time around. They're young Star Warriors with a good reputation." Jiang Shao smiled and gestured to Chun Lingtao before saying to Wu Yao, "Give it to him. Let him smoke it for me." Chun Lingtao placed the hot tea on the desk and subconsciously reached out to take the Qingshan that Wu Yao handed to him. Chun Lingtao looked embarrassed and glanced at Jiang Shao meekly. Jiang Shao glanced at Chun Lingtao with a smile and said, "Stop pretending. Can you hide the smell of smoke all over your body? Get your sister to give you more blessings and cleanse your lungs." Chun Lingtao smiled sheepishly, while Jiang Shao was drinking tea and chatting in the Calamity Shadow world. Jiang Zhao's main body was on a killing spree in Tianjin. At this moment, in front of Jiang Zhao's main body was Ying, who was wearing the soul of the Sea Devourer and a candle flame hat. Without a teammate, Ying naturally took on the role of a shield warrior. Of course, with Jiang Zhao's current Jiaoyang endurance, he actually did not need any large shields to protect him. He was just training Ying to participate in more battles. Jiang Shao deliberately experimented with the 3rd page of Star Warrior Era. Star Warrior Star Technique Weakening and Stimulating the Star Techniques in Star Slots. However, the effect was not ideal. Compared to weakening, the effect of enhancing a star technique was not worth mentioning at all. In fact, it could not even increase the quality of the star technique by a grade. There would only be some quantitative changes on the basis of the same grade. That was very uncomfortable. The effects of weakening and enhancing were not equal at all. It was just like a child who was good at studying. If he performed at a normal level, he would be able to get into a 2nd-tier college. If he weakened it, he would be able to use various methods to make his academic performance plummet, and he might not even be able to get into a 3rd-tier college. However, enhancing it, he could only slightly enhance the student's original academic performance so that he could get into the best college within the 2nd-tier college. The most terrifying thing was that the enhancement effect was useless for top students like Jiang Shao. The highest level of Jiaoyang quality was equivalent to 750 points. Not even 1 point could be added. There were only so many points for the paper, and it was already full. At this moment, Jiang Shao was surrounded by water droplets. The domain tears, clean tears, and sorrowful tears of Jiao Yang quality had all become star power water instead of star power rain. Besides, the range of the water droplets was extremely large. Be it purification or output, there were water droplets floating within a radius of 50 meters with Jiang Shao as the center. The water droplets were all fixed in midair, and the scene was simply beautiful. Jiang Shao cast a countercurrent light on the fallen shadow, which looked at its trembling body. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh and say, "It's not a good thing to have such good academic performance. The yellow and ghastly classics has already been released, and it's time to raise my marks. However, I don't even have a space to raise my marks. I'm so angry." Apex. Chapter 12:57. Enmity upgraded. Scorching Yang quality. Countercurrent light upgraded. Scorching Yang quality. Sound of silence upgraded. Scorching Yang quality. Jiang Shao, who was in a shadow cave, leaned against the wall of the tunnel and looked at the internal star map excitedly. Scorching Yang. Enmity. When attacked by an enemy, there is a 7% chance of adding a fixed negative status to the enemy. Passive technique, active activation, continuous consumption of star power. List of negative status options. 1 burn, 2 freeze, 3 paralysis for poison, 5 sleep, 6 confusion, 7 extremely light, 8 extremely heavy, 9 suffocation. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Suffocation? There's an additional status? There are a total of 9 negative statuses to choose from. Is there a word missing? What about the death part? Is it death or not? The probability has changed from 5% to 7%, but the probability is unreliable. If Jiang Shao had half of Han Jiangshua's beauty, he would probably be able to use 7% as 100%. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao couldn't get it. Jiang Shao thought about it again and again. He took the baby bear with him and quickly flashed to the land of Beijiang. In the depths of the forest, Jiang Shao whistled at a white ghoul that was sleeping on the ground. The white ghoul sat up abruptly. Its biological instincts were still there, and its crimson eyes were still filled with endless murderous intent. With one hand behind his back, Jiang Shao gestured at the white ghoul with his other hand like a martial arts grandmaster. Roar! Why would the white ghoul care who you are? Take life and death lightly. Fight if you're not satisfied. It opened its pair of sharp claws and tightened its thick and powerful thighs. It then darted out and dashed towards Jiang Shao. Screech! Its sharp and long nails grabbed onto Jiang Zhao's palm that was blocking his forehead, making the sound of metal being scratched. There were even some sparks. The white ghoul's nails could be used as daggers. While resisting the white ghoul's attack, Jiang Shao chose to suffocate and activated the enmity star technique. Under the crazy attacks of the white ghoul, it soon got hit. It happened suddenly. The roaring white ghoul actually stopped after punching Jiang Zhao's arm. That pair of powerful claws clutched his neck tightly. The roar that was supposed to be filled with a wild nature turned into a continuous dry cough. The white ghoul's face was already ferocious. Then, it became extremely distorted, and its dark face gradually turned red. Jiang Shao couldn't help but shiver. F***CK. Isn't this too poisonous? The white ghoul had obviously lost interest in fighting. It kept pulling its neck, as if there was a pair of invisible hands strangling its throat. The white ghouls were extremely irritable, scratching their necks and chests with all their might. Their long nails left bloody marks on their bodies, but to no avail. In just a few seconds, it had almost torn its own chest apart. That pair of scarlet eyes were wide open, constantly bulging outwards, making people worry that its eyeballs would fall out. Just a moment ago, he was still breathing, but now he couldn't even breathe. He couldn't breathe at all. Jiang Shao retreated to the side early and looked at the pitiful white ghoul. He couldn't help but make a sad expression. It was precisely because Jiang Shao had a clear understanding of the feeling of suffocation that he knew what the white ghoul was going through. Not to mention attacking, the white ghoul couldn't even take care of itself. It was close to going crazy and couldn't even resist. Is it hypoxic? Is the blood not flowing smoothly? Even an ordinary person would be able to hold their breath for a long time. Of course, if it was a naked strangulation, the enemy would faint in just a few seconds. It was completely different from simply holding their breath. So, this is obviously not a pure inability to breathe, but an alternative attack mode. In the end, the white ghoul's majestic body softened and fell to the ground. From a lively fish on the shore, it became a pile of mud. Jiang Shao walked over and squatted down carefully. Poke, he stretched out his hand and poked the white ghoul's black and red face. The white ghost suddenly took a deep breath. His chest that was bleeding nonstop suddenly puffed up. Looking at the white ghoul in front of him, who was panting heavily with its chest heaving up and down violently, Jiang Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. How long did the suffocation last? About 30 seconds? Are you all right? Jiang Shao reached out and poked the white ghoul's face again. Ugh. The white ghoul whimpered softly, seemingly a little aggrieved and limp, as if it had exhausted all its energy. However, its biological characteristics were still at a godlike level. The white ghoul turned its head with difficulty, opened its mouth, and bit Jiang Zhao's finger again. Crack! The sound of its sharp teeth biting on steel was rather crisp. Ah, it's really stubborn. Jiang Shao looked helpless and was about to retract his finger when he realized that the white ghoul's chest had stopped heaving up and down again. Immediately afterwards, the white ghoul covered its neck with both hands again and curled up on the ground in pain. Jiang Shao was speechless. Did it get hit again? You're really unlucky. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and threw bell at the white ghoul before flashing away. I have to be careful when activating this star technique in the future. If my teammates accidentally touch my body and trigger such an effect, I'll be in deep trouble. For now, it seems that I won't die, but I'll go crazy. Jiang Shao began to search for the white ghoul witch and was also ready to test out countercurrent light and sound of silence. His decoy and mecha were not idle either. At this moment, Hua Xing and his wife, who were waiting in Hope City at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean, were sizing up each other's star map and memorizing every detail. Clearly, Elizabeth's Holy Cross star map was something that Jiang Shao had to have. That was a bug in magic immunity. Jiang Shao felt that he could try the star map of the aging star. After all, star warriors were not immortal cultivators and would not be immortal. One day, humans would have to die. Now, Jiang Shao was in the prime of his youth, and nothing else mattered to him. However, decades later, the star map of the aging star would probably be more useful to him than any other star map in the world. Of course, that was still too far away for Jiang Shao. His life had just begun. However, the star map of the aging star had another function. When the aging star turned into a weapon, it would not only return to the peak of one's mid-20s, but it would also improve on the basis of the body's peak. There would also be a small increase in the various attributes of the body. For a student like Jiang Shao who scored full marks, there was no room for improvement in the marks on the paper. Jumping out of the exam paper and looking at it from another angle was the most useful part of the exam paper. Clearly, the star map of the aging star was one of the options that would give him extra points. In addition, there was another star map that Jiang Shao was determined to get, and that was Three Tails Inkflower star map. It was at the peak of control. The first form was to summon a giant ink flower that could attack, defend, and control in one. However, it was too powerful and was best used when one was facing thousands of troops. Once the giant ink flower bloomed in the chaotic battlefield, one would be able to kill as many enemies as one's teammates. As for the second form, it was those exquisite and small ink flowers. The star technique of controlling the human body and sealing people was simply the standard configuration for ultimate villains. Compared to Elizabeth's Holy Cross, Three-Tailed Star Transformation was more like an ability that a villain should have. After all, Jiang Zhao's opponent was Hopkins. In order to defeat the bearded old villain, Jiang Shao had to find a way to become stronger. At this moment, it was nighttime in Sahara West, Africa, and the 3rd Regiment of the Star Arrival Army was resting. In Han Jiangshue's shelter, she was teaching Bishop Elephant some simple Mandarin with the help of the poo-poo whale so that he could command and control the chessboard army. On the chessboard behind Bishop Elephant were the Imperial Guards, chariots, and knights that were lined up neatly. At the edge of the forest, not far away, Jiang Sun rubbed his chin and carefully scrutinized the star map on Three Tails' chest like he was admiring a perfect piece of art. There were only 2 people in this world who knew about Jiang Zhao's star map for the time being. The first was Han Jiangxue, and the second was Three Tails. Of course, Jiang Zhao did not tell Three Tails directly, but she had already guessed it. She knew that Jiang Zhao had the ability to create star maps. Yet, he suddenly looked for her and didn't let her do anything. She simply stood there and showed him the star map. How could she not know? Of course, Three Lass would be duty-bound to do anything for Jiang Zhao. If there was anyone in this world that could make her do things willingly, it would be Jiang Zhao, not even second last. After all, Three Tails had an extremely difficult and tortuous life, and in the end, Jiang Zhao was the one who helped her get to where she was now. When they were in the alien planet, the arrival of the Chinese army made Three Tails choose to leave the team again. Before leaving, she said to Jiang Zhao, "I've let many people down. Now, I've let you down again. I won't do it again." After saying that, she put on the circle mask that belonged to Jiang Zhao. In fact, from that moment on, she became different. Jiang Zhao, Jiang Sun, sized up Three Tails' star map while she stared back at Jiang Zhao. Her pitch-black eyes greatly enhanced her aura of a villain. She suddenly said, "Do you want to become a pair of ink eyes like me?" Jiang Zhao rubbed his chin and murmured, "How cool, it's the dream of a teenager." Three Tails said calmly, "Your world will only be left with black." Jiang Zhao raised his head abruptly and looked at Three Tails' expressionless face. "Is your field of view black now? That's not right. How do you distinguish things then?" Three Tails said, "Black is different from black. There are lighter shades of black, grayish shades of black, brownish shades of black. You can only survive normally if you use your senses." Jiang Zhao had a peculiar expression on his face. Colorful black. Three Tails was speechless. Jiang Zhao pointed at Han Jiangxue, who was dressed in ocean blue camouflage, and asked, "What color is her clothes?" Three Tails said, "Ocean blue." Jiang Zhao was so exasperated that he almost laughed. "Are you kidding me?" Three Tails shook her head and said, "In the second stage of star transformation, the ink that fills your eyes will fuse with you and no longer disturb you. However, in the first stage of star transformation, you can only see black. For example, the ocean blue that you're seeing now will turn into a military uniform with black patches. There will be a slight color difference between the patches, allowing you to distinguish the shape of the patches. Besides, you can't open your eyes. Once you do, the ink in the form of star power will flow out of your eyes and consume your star power." Jiang Zhao smacked his lips and couldn't help but put on a sorrowful expression. He looked at Three Tails and said, "You'll only be able to see the colors of the world after the end of stars. It's been hard on you." Three Tails said, "I'm used to it." Jiang Zhao said, "It's no wonder that you always looked lifeless when I first saw you. The world is filled with black. How can you be in a good mood? What's the difference between you and a blind person?" Three Tails said stubbornly, "I'm not blind." Jiang Zhao said, Due to the fact that Three Tails' eyes were pure black and her pupils could not be seen, Jiang Zhao wasn't sure she was staring at him. She spoke again in a low voice. "You're not deaf either." Jiang Zhao's scalp turned numb and he begged for mercy. Okay, we're not deaf and blind." While speaking, Jiang Zhao thought to himself, what if I switch star maps after creating the ink flower star map? Would his eyeballs return to normal? What if the world regained its colors? However, no matter what, it was a risk that he had to take for the sake of strength. Anyway, he had already engraved little Jiangshue's appearance in his mind. It didn't matter even if he was really blind. Besides, he still had the bait, the mecha, and the humming whale. They were all his eyes. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao took a step forward and slapped Three Tails on the shoulder. Are you confident that you can teach me to break through the first stage of the ink flower and enter the second stage within a day? Three Tails turned around and looked at Jiang Zhao's palm on her shoulder. She reached out, grabbed Jiang Zhao's wrist, and threw it away. She said calmly, "Advance to the end of stars first before you talk to me." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. You're looking down on me?" Jiang Shao pointed at Three Tails' nose and stomped his feet. Third Last looked at Jiang Shao silently and pursed her lips slightly before smiling at him. Too lifelike. You're looking down on me." Jiang Shao clutched his heart with one hand and leaned back. He took 3 steps back and muttered softly, I'm the king of toxic healers. I'm already so strong and powerful, yet there's still someone in this world who can look down on me? Little Jiang Shue. Huh? Han Jiang Shue's voice sounded from afar. Jiang Shao said, "Open the door." Han Jiang Shue was bewildered, but she still waved her hand and opened the door of the Ocean Ridge shelter. Behind the door was Jiang Zhao's main body, who had rushed over from the capital. As soon as he entered the room, he raised his hand and a diamond. Big blessing shot out. It was not a huge pillar of light, but a huge holy light array. Three Tails was clearly not prepared for a battle. After all, it was Han Jianshue's Ocean Ridge shelter, which was a rare place for her to feel comfortable and safe during her tough days of missions. Jiang Shao, Jiang Sun, who was in front of her, grabbed Three Tails' hand and said, "Don't leave if you have the guts." Three Tails' figure was completely drowned in the violent holy light array. It was not just Three Tails. As the holy light magical circle spread out in the sanctuary, the chessboard army also crumbled into a pile of mud. How dare you look down on me? How far is the capital of China from the Western Sahara Desert? It's probably more than 10,000 kilometers. It's more than 10,000 kilometers. I'm coming. I'm not trying to prove that I'm better than others, but I'm trying to prove that I have to get back what I've lost with my own hands. Three Tails, once you wake up, I want you to post Toxic Healer on the public chat. I'm begging for some tickets on the last day. Pete. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.